Check, check. Test one. Let's do this. Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to Aeroflow Race for Real. The Pocket Rocket is in the house. I'm going to be down on the deck tonight. I'm not up in the commentary box, but I'll tell you what, we've got the Masters up here in the box. We've got Mark Thomas, and of course, the legend himself, the Bushman, will be here very, very soon as well. We've only got a small number of cars at the moment, but I'll tell you what, guys, we are open for racing tonight. It's not too cool out here, so if you've got a turbo car, you'll be loving it. How are you, Mark?
Mate, absolutely sensational. And walked in, looked at that track, the gloss on it, absolutely just says quick.
Oh,
we're going quick tonight.
And I'll tell you what, we've got some quick cars out the back too.
Indeed.
I don't know if you saw it, Mark, but there's actually a white one-tonner out the back. It's got a massive big Borg and Warden turbo hanging off the right-hand side of the motor.
Yeah, okay.
And it's got a big set of radials on the rear end of it as well. So I can't wait to see that come out.
Yeah. We've got some absolute stunning cars out too. That 57 Chev.
Oh, that's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. We've got a VH Vacationer wagon down there. It's just the ultimate sleeper. So anything gives it away is the parachute hanging off the back. So can't wait to see that car run.
Yeah, I'm actually keen to see it run because, you know, I had a look at the car like you did on the way in and full sleeper. I mean, respect. It's all grandpa mode. And, you know, for those of you that are watching from overseas via YouTube or Facebook, that Aussie lingo for like, old school, like straight off the street. But I'll tell you what, guys, if it's got a parachute, it is capable of running over 140 miles an hour, so it means business. Behind him, we've got Ernest Hudson. Ernie's here tonight. He's brought the Sleeker out to do some more testing by the sound of it. And we've got a few bikes out here tonight as well, so plenty of good cars. We don't have a huge amount, but we've got quality cars here tonight. But once again, guys, if you want to come out and race, bring your car out and have a little bit of fun down our famous quarter mile down here in Sydney. Now, that looks like there's a bit of smoke that was coming out of that car down the Aeroflow lane. Might be just breathing a little bit heavier. 15.01 at 94 to a 14.59 at 86.
Yeah, well, big welcome to all the people out there too from YouTube and Facebook. We've all jumped on in. It's good to see you all here back again.
Now, I have heard on the grapevine that there's going to be a couple of tough burnout cars coming out this evening as well. So if you're sitting at home and you're thinking, oh, will I come out or not? Yes, do come out. Because, tell you what, there's nothing like a bit of smoke. Because we had burnouts on the weekend.
Yes, yep.
Which is, I wasn't here. I had people messaging me all morning going, Rocket, are you there? It's like, nah, I've got to work. But from what I heard, Mark, it was a huge, huge day.
Yeah, I heard the same thing too. It was absolutely massive. So Brusher never fails to please. There's always an excellent amount of cars out there, and they really know how to put on a show.
So I've just been told with the burnouts, we've got HEDAKE that will be here tonight. We've got Big Red, and INDEBT2 will be here tonight as well. 2.0. Oh, I like it when it's 2.0. Now, Mark did mention to me that there's a very nice looking Cortina out the back. It's got a supercharger and a couple of big carbies hanging off the top of it. Full-blown, what I say is a show car, because it's just so clean, Mark, isn't it? And,
absolutely mint, yep.
I don't know that it's racing tonight. It'd be cool if it was, because there's nothing like a blown Cortina. Now, of course, the Winter Nationals on the weekend was up in Queensland. That was a massive, huge event. Big congratulations to all the winners of the Winter Nationals, of course, and also the 2023-24 NDRC Championship. It definitely came down to the wire in Top Fuel.
That's the type of racing we like to see.
Oh, absolutely. You know, side by side, 3.77 passes. And look, I'm sure a lot of people that were on at home or didn't get a chance, to get up to Queensland, more than likely tuned in to 7 Plus and watched a lot of the action with the pro classes. And a big congratulations to all the sportsman racers too, who made the trek up to Queensland and put on a fantastic show up there. But tonight, it's all about off-street drag racing, and that's what we like to see. A little flush of flame out of the RX-7. What am I doing up here in the commentary box? I should be down there listening to that 13B scream its head off.
A very iconic car, the RX-7s, weren't they?
Oh, yeah.
The early ones, just sensational.
I'll tell you what, though, Mark, he's got a bit of a race on his hands because he's up against what looks like an F6 Falcon down there, unless, like you say, unless the Falcon kind of, for some unknown reason decides to drop some oil or some dirt on the track. But the little RX-7, 0.045 on the tree, 1.64 on the 60. The Falcon, well, 0.622, he fell asleep. And little Mazda on the brakes at about 1,000 foot, a 1285 at 76.49.
And 12.3 for the Falcon. But, that RX-7, that got out of there so quick. Hooked up well. You can sort of see a little bit of a twitch out of it as you just pull second gear. But, the car just handled it really well. Full on down the track and then just bailed out of it easy. Nice and early.
He did bail out of it big time. That looks like, let's go, we haven't seen for a little while, the WRX. Now, I might be wrong, I thought it was Daytona Racing, it may not be, but this car, it used to come out a fair bit here to Aeroflow Race for Real. Obviously, the driver probably had a bit of a break from racing, maybe just using it more for street duties. But it's good to see him back here tonight for Aeroflow Race for Real. Oh, whoa. Sparks come out of it, there's a bit of smoke, does the right thing, pulls over to the left, maybe come over a little bit further, but that could be drive shaft, and that's not what we want to see from any of our races. That is a bit of a shame.
Yeah, especially on the first pass, it's just, it is a shame. That car just sounded so very strong, just going down towards scrutineering.
Now, it's had a little bit of smoke coming out at the back of it just as he's pulled up on the right-hand side of the vehicle. So, I mean, look, four-wheel drive vehicles, it's an art form not only for drag racing, but to get them off the line, and the amount of stress that's on both the front drive line, the rear drive line, you know. But that's racing, but we will get this car cleaned up. At least he did the right thing and tried to pull over as quick as possible, but I dare say that something in the rear end has let go. But I'll tell you what, coming up next, we've got this white ute. And as I mentioned, it's got a massively big turbo hanging off the side of a nice cranky V8 engine and running radials. So, and he's taking on the XE Falcon with the 250 crossflow in it.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah, Ben asked the driver a little bit earlier if it's still got the crossflow. He said, yes, it does.
Well, we've seen some of these 250 crossflows in Cortinas and things that just leave the line dangling both wheels high in the air. So, they've got potential to really put down some horsepower. So,
yeah, we always like to see a drag car with a bit of angle on the dangle, that's for sure. But I'll tell you what, guys, we will be down for a little bit just while we get this WRX towed off. While that's happening, we'll get a few words from some of our sponsors. You're here at Aeroflow Race for Real with the Rocket, the Bushman, and Mark Thomas. We'll be back very, very soon.
Drag racing is not just about the horsepower. There is also some cool science at play right here on the racetrack. These drag strips aren't just regular concrete. We treat it with a special kind of glue often referred to as traction compound. I usually twist my foot and it's all... This is designed to ramp up the traction of the track's surface. It's getting worse by the minute for us racers to go straight and fast. In drag racing, every millisecond counts. That's why the teams adjust the car's setup to suit the track conditions. Teams can assess the traction on the track by using this interesting device called a traction meter gauge. The bottom of the device has a rubber pad that mimics a racing slick. To measure the track's grip value, the user stands on the base, ensuring the rubber pad bonds with the racing surface. Turning the torque arm on the top of the device will rotate the rubber pad. When the bond breaks, the user will see a number on the dial. Teams can then use this number to help create baselines for grip within their respective setup.
All right, guys, we are back. Quick clean up there. The guys got the vehicle hooked up, moved off the track, and now we're just moving into the Falcon up against the Holden 1-tonner. As Stewie said, this 1-tonner is got a huge turbo hanging off the side, but I reckon this 250 Ford would also have one in there.
Good evening, Mark.
Hey, how you going, Bushman?
I'm good, thank you. Sound like you've got a little bit of the dreaded Logie going on next to me over here.
Oh, mate, yeah, no, all good. Just on the downhill run of it now.
Okay.
So I promise I won't
That's all right.
infect you.
I think I'm already infected anyway.
Oh, mate, I tested about 5 times this new test that gives you the whole free.
All right.
You know, flu 1, flu 2, and COVID. And yeah, nothing. Disappointing. Spend all that money for nothing.
Well, I mean, I guess you could be looking for a couple of days off work too, but you work from home anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Well, worst thing about it is that I was going down the coast the next day.
So you really didn't want it to show anything?
I didn't want to be sick, yeah.
Yeah, I must admit, I went up to Willowbank for because the Winter Nationals was on over the weekend, and I tested as well, thinking, oh, hope not, and that was all good.
Yeah, perfect.
So, had a cracker of a weekend, sitting up in the stands.
Excellent.
In the balmy winter sun of Queensland. Early lead for the car in the Aeroflow lane. Still get a time though at the other end of the racetrack. 1.7 seconds to the 60 foot. Runs on through for an 11.0. 122 mile an hour.
Wow.
And a 12.07 at 118. Have a look at this Chevy, 57 Chevy in the Aeroflow lane.
Is it not just absolutely mint, like it's just rolled off the showroom floor?
Yeah, it certainly is, Mark. Looks absolutely unreal on the racetrack. The number plate, Cool 57, I think it is. And pretty well named, I dare say. He's taking on Ernest Hudson in the Rocket Lane in the Toyota Celica. This one with a nitrous-fed 408 Cube Cleveland on board. Oh, big flash of flame out the top there for Ernest. I know he's been having a few issues with the nitrous system on that car, getting the solenoids correct.
Wow.
It sounded like it laboured really bad away from the start line, and then
Did actually sound like it was taken off in second gear.
He hasn't stopped. I think it was just, I guess with that sort of scenario, the best thing you can do is keep the airflow through the carby,
Yes.
and it sucks the flame in.
That's what you want, because you don't want that nitrous going back.
Yes.
That blows a lot of things off the engine. But the Big Chev, 11.5.
I missed that because I was too interested in seeing what Ernest was doing in the rocket lane there.
He's actually had a bit of a long-term problem with that car.
Yeah, normally it seems to be like high RPM. It
Yes.
sort of backfires a little bit, but not. That was definitely down low. That's the other end of the spectrum there.
Yeah. From what you were saying, like I agree with you. It's just laboured off the line really hard.
Those of you listening at home can hear that LSA screaming in that Commodore. Runs on through that supercharger. 992 with a 130 mile an hour, I think, on the brakes. Just a tad early there too.
Real early, that 130 miles an hour tells the story, doesn't it? Backed out early.
Yep.
And look at this VH down here.
Yes, I did notice that. I was just having a quick chat to our meeting director at the stairs before I came up here.
Yep.
And a thing that caught my eye, a bit of a sleeper. I didn't see the parachute on the back, but I did see the big bullhorn under the door, and I thought, okay, let's see what this one's going to do for us.
That's the first thing that caught me. I was
Yes.
walking towards it from the back, and I've just seen that chute and went, hello.
Yeah, hello.
Vacationer with a parachute?
Yes. Looks pretty much box stock other than that. The wheels under the back, the tyres not absolutely huge under it, but away from the start line, 1.6 to the 60. Straight down the centre of the Aeroflow lane. Let's see what he can produce at the other end. 950 at 146 mile an hour. Shoots out nicely across the finish line.
Wow.
That seemed pretty easy, if I
It
dare say so
is.
myself.
Yeah, really. Yeah, thanks to the people out there that were showing concerns about my health, and
Yeah.
I did take all the tests you were talking about, but yeah.
I think some of those might not be required.
I don't think they would be, no. Yeah.
And we're not going to repeat it. All right, looks like we're into our motorcycles here tonight. Not a huge number down there, certainly not the numbers we're used to seeing here at Sydney Dragway, but in all fairness, the weather is getting pretty cool. Away nicely away from the start line for these two riders. Looks like the Aeroflow lane out in front. Straight down the centre of the lane and runs through for a 12.72 with an 8.107 mile an hour.
And 14.0, 91 miles an hour. It's not too bad for like small bikes.
No.
They weren't big cube bikes.
Did you happen to watch any of the coverage of the Winter Nationals on 7+?
I didn't. Where we were down the coast, I didn't have a TV or anything with me, so we're just in the camper trailer.
Yep.
So yeah, I was sort of a bit starved of all the racing.
Yeah, no, it was absolutely fantastic. Really, really nice weather. I think Sunday was like 24, 25 degrees. It was actually hot in the sun, sitting on the stands. But we saw a number of our local track races do really well. Victor Satler-Giannis took out a win in Super Sedan.
Oh, sensational.
Adam Jordan in Junior Drag Bike took home Australian Eastern Conference champion, because of course the NDRC is the Eastern and Western Conference.
Yep.
So he won the Eastern Conference. Zane Condello in Junior Dragster took out Eastern Conference champion and the runner-up from the Nitro Champs, which they ran.
Yep.
They were up to the semis here from the Nitro Champs a couple of weeks ago, and of course just got too cold, so they moved a couple of the finals up to the Winter Nationals. And his sister took home runner-up in the championship, so that was pretty cool. The only person that could beat Zane was his sister, so
okay.
he was in in a battle with himself, trying to work out whether he wanted his sister to keep going rounds or whether he wanted the championship. But she fell to the dreaded red light. I think it was in the quarterfinals. So,
Yep.
But yeah, a number of other races did really well as well. Craig Warren, I think, got to the semis in Super Street in his little LJ Tirana, the Sydney Scrap
Hey
Steel
guys,
one.
just down here in the staging lanes, and I see a very nice looking white Toyota Supra with a parachute on the back of it just turned up into the staging lanes as well. So it looks like Josh Dowd might be out here tonight and do a little bit of testing.
Okay, cool. Where are you, Stu? I can't recognise you. What do you think of Stu's hair, ladies and gentlemen?
It's a new look.
It's the new look. It's the first time I've seen him not silver fox-like.
Yeah.
Yes, as mentioned earlier, guys, if you're watching via YouTube or Facebook and you're thinking about coming out tonight, especially if you're a Burnout fan, guys, you want to come out because HEDAKE's here tonight and a couple of other very, very tough Burnout cars. So it's going to be an awesome night. But for the time being, we've got some fantastic off-street drag racing. I really like the look of this Yakuza Motorsports prepared WRX. It's down here. I still reckon, Mark, I mean, aside from the 99, which, you know, as you know, is my all-time favourite model of WRX, this particular year model, I reckon it's going to be close to the second best looking. And just what I like about this car is it's not over the top. It has got a body kit on it, but it's not stupidly overdone. It's actually very, very tasteful. So, look, I hope he has a good night. We've already, unfortunately, seen one WRX, unfortunately, have a little bit of a whoopsie, but, I mean, that's drag racing. But down here in the staging lanes, you've got the beautiful Commodore down here from savagebonnets.com.au. Great to see these guys back this evening for Aeroflow Race for Real. We've also got the Supra A90 GR back tonight. Great to see him back tonight as well.
Hey, Stu, I've got a quick question for
VL
you.
down here with them. Can't wait to see this thing go down to the track.
Stewie,
And
question
plenty
for
more
you,
tough
mate.
cars behind him. So we look forward to a great night of off-street drag racing.
Hey, Stewie, I've got a question for you, bud.
I don't.
Sorry, Mark, I'm just having a bit of trouble hearing you because the feed through my earpiece is not 100%.
I've got a question for you. You hear me? Taking a piss out of his hair.
Trouble hearing.
All right, the Forester in the rocket lane there. Taking on the Mercedes, is it? It's hard to tell from this distance. The old night vision. And the Aeroflow lane takes at 13.02 with a 5.106 miles an hour.
And 15.1, 91 miles an hour for the rocket lane.
So I was just saying to our meeting director, a highlight for me out of the winners.
Yep.
I don't know if you've seen it on social media. Colin Wilshire in his little Mitsubishi Eclipse.
No.
Runs a full billet 4G63.
Wow. Okay.
I don't know what sort of horsepower it's making. 600 with a 4, 235 mile an hour.
Wow.
And let me tell you, his crew were going absolutely ballistic on the start line. He
Yeah.
was hoping for a 620 on Friday night.
Yep.
And I dare say he left the start line and went, "Ooh, this feels good." And stayed in it, went 600 with a 4.
Wow.
So missed a 5-second pass by 5 thousandths. And yeah, then the next run, I think, damaged the inlet manifold. We went past on the way out because he's where his truck was, and they had all the inlet manifold all pulled off it. Oh, sorry, all the exhaust. I think it was the... It might have been all the exhaust, actually.
Yep.
Because that runs a compound turbo
Yep.
type deal, so I'd hate to imagine what sort of boost it's running through it. But yeah, that for me was a bit of a surprise and certainly a highlight. The fuel racing wasn't too bad. The funny cars were really good.
Yep.
A few funny cars into the threes. 394, I think, was the quickest I saw. 317 mile an hour from memory.
Wow. Okay. Yep.
yeah, I was thinking we were going to get an all 6-second pro stock field, but I think the bump ended up 704 or something like that.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
There was a little bit of attrition in pro stock towards the end there, but yeah, they put on a pretty good show, and you know, all the Group 1 categories did pretty well. It wasn't a weekend for Phil Reed. He had some dramas, ended up twisting the chassis in the last run. It blew something up in a ball of flame on the at the hit of the throttle in the second round, and then it twisted up, like got sideways and twisted up. And apparently, when they got to the other end, they couldn't put the coupler back in.
Yeah, okay.
So it tells them that the chassis was not right. So they decided to pack it up for the weekend, and
that's a shame.
Yeah, it was a bit of a shame, but they didn't get down the track. They did a half track shut off on Saturday, I think.
Yep.
I think they only did the one qualifying run. Yeah, it wasn't a great weekend for them. But yeah, fantastic atmosphere. The place was sold out on Saturday, so a good little vibe going on there. All the grandstands sold out and whatnot. But Sunday, pretty busy again on Sunday, but probably not as busy, but still a fantastic event nonetheless. So keep in mind that's 12 months since their last meeting was the Winter Nationals last year. So the only one they did was the winner warm-up, of course, the week that they rescheduled that, I think, to Sunday, Monday or something like that. But yeah, certainly a good weekend away. Take the time just to relax and soak in the racing rather than working. But
that is a good part, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if offered, I would. If asked, I would have jumped in for a couple of brackets if need be. But but no, the presentation of the event was really, really good. They had all really good commentators, all knew their stuff, and you know, got storylines across, and did a really, really good job. Nice little RX-7 leaving the start line there with an 023 red light. Early model, I think.
Yeah, it is one of the early ones.
Yeah, so guys, I just got told, I just had a chat with that driver of the RX-7. Steve, he was telling me that it's a very old style setup in that car. He said it was built by a gentleman by the name of John Blanche. And it's just a 13B turbo, but he said it's a very old school setup.
There's nothing wrong with that. Old school's not necessarily wrong. Nice little Falcon out on the start line in the rocket lane. They're taking on this turbo you were talking about before, Mark.
Yeah, definitely. Stu was down there talking to him earlier, and said it just had a monster of a turbo hanging off the side of it.
I just thought I heard it de-spool after the burnout.
Yeah.
One of the races I was talking to up at Queensland had an FG Falcon, and I spotted this from a fair distance away. All you could see was the turbo. As I walked up to it and had a bit of a chat to him. Makes 2100 at the tyres.
Wow.
Street registered. He was in Top Sportsman, running 7.7s, I think, at like 180 mile an hour. And he said, I do drive it on the road occasionally, not very often, but occasionally. 1101 with a only 92 mile an hour, so I think a fair bit left in that utility. This gentleman was looking, he was saying that a billet block was coming, and he was hoping for 2600 at the tyres. But he was then looking to put it in a purpose-built car, not necessarily a street car.
Yeah.
Because
on the street, that would be just wound back so much.
Yeah, it'd be page down, that one.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you couldn't get it down enough.
No. Oh, well, it depends how sensible you were.
Like I said, you couldn't get it down enough.
See, that's I could drive it on the road. Maybe.
Yeah.
Just find out whether it's set up for no prep. That's all. But yeah, I was dumbfounded when he mentioned the horsepower figure. I was like, wow.
And that's in a factory block at the moment.
Yes.
That's sensational.
Yeah, so it had extra injectors, and like I said, the turbo was quite sizable. We didn't go into too many details, but you could see the extra run of injectors on it. Ran a Michael Janus converter in it, I think he said.
Okay.
So it's a pretty flush gearbox by the sound of it.
Yep.
They were sending data over to someone in the US.
Yep.
Hey, Steve and Mark, I'm down in the staging lanes, and I've got some good news for you. We've got a Pro Street Evo here tonight from Elite Auto House. Number plates back down, running a little bit of nitrous, some raw purple through it as well. Tell you what, been a little while since we've had one of these things out, so look forward to seeing them go down the track.
Yeah, definitely nothing like a quick Evo to get us all excited up here at the in the commentary box, and also to you know, bring our hearts up to our mouths as we take a deep breath, usually about 1,000 foot.
Yeah, those things, they just leave the line, and from the moment they leave that line, they're on the ragged edge all the way at the track. But these guys just steer them like it's nothing.
Yeah.
You just got to remember too, these guys are coming out tonight on a street prep track.
Yes.
Hey Steve, I just got a message through from Mark Elborn.
Yes.
Of course, that name you would know very, very well from our Speed Addict Clothing Company New South Wales State Champ rounds here at Sydney Dragway.
Yes.
Because he's one of the, I believe, one of the Power Plus Racing Fuels team.
Correct, yeah. He drives the HQ Ute with
Yeah, he just said that the mullet suits me.
Oh.
Yeah, I kind of wish it was blonde because, you know, most people that know me around my area, they know I can sing. So, and they know that I like John Farnham. So I could have, you know, gone with a blonde wig. You know, I could have sung a little bit of Pressure Down at
is it a mullet though, or is it just long hair?
John Farnham, you know?
It's just long hair, isn't it? So you could shave it like a mullet. It is a mullet, is it? Okay. What suits you, Stu?
You're dangerous with that camera. Yeah, I'm watching you. I'm watching you. You just dropped something.
Once it's on film.
This is why they let me out of the commentary box.
Once it's on film, Stu, you know that, don't you?
It's there for life.
It'll be on Facebook, and then it'll be there forever. You definitely can't hear us. That means we can say anything.
We can. Yeah, be all those little Stewies running around going, there's a picture of Daddy.
Oh dear. Not quite sure. Because that Commodore just backed away there, so it doesn't look like there's any issues. Very nice Cortina in the Burnout box at the moment in the Aeroflow lane. I did also see a very nice TCTD Cortina down near Scrutineering with a nice polished blower and a set of twin carbies hanging out the bonnet. A big set of wheels.
All right, boys. We've got a pretty tough-looking Falcon GTE down here, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
That has got a nice set of street/race rubber on the rear end of it, and number plates are off it, which kind of tells me, Steve, that this thing is definitely not standard. Be interested to see what they get out of it. One thing I've noticed tonight is a lot of these more modern day Falcons that are out here this evening at this level, they're also consistent.
That's a nice, sweet sounding little Falcon, isn't it?
Yeah, sure, little Cortina, yeah. What were they doing in the boot there, Mark? Could you see?
Battery jumper.
Ah.
So I dare say his crew's sitting down there. Have got the jump battery. It didn't want to fire up, so yeah.
Someone's alarm's going off.
Yeah, it upset someone's car in the car park.
Let's see what the Falcon can do. Sorry, Falcon. Cortina. Should get that right, shouldn't I?
Yeah.
Away nice, I think, at the, from the ACT, I think. 155 to the 60. Away very nicely, thank you very much. 100 mile an hour at half track and a 1087 with a 123 mile an hour through the finish line.
11.9, 122 miles an hour for the rocket lane. That was a great race. What do we got down here? Is this a Brock Aero?
You're the Commodore man, my friend. It looks like it's a...
I think it is.
It's metallic. Is it a green or a blue?
It's like a
Greeny.
tealy.
Yeah,
green,
okay.
yeah.
Looks really nice, though. Good, nice body kit on it.
Yep.
Big set of wheels on it. It's taking on the Toyota Supra in the Aeroflow lane. Of course, welcome to all our viewers on the live stream, Sydney Dragway Official on YouTube. And yes, I agree, my RX2, with your last comment. All right, tree counts down for our next pairing. The Commodore away first. Will the Supra catch him at the other end?
I'll tell you what, the chase is on. I don't think the Supra will get there.
Didn't miss out by too much. 11.47 with a 4, 129 mile an hour for the Supra to a 12.308 for the Commodore. I dare say that Supra not standard.
No, not at all. What are we going to end?
Steve, I've got to do it, mate. Hey, Charger. How good is it, mate? Look at that. That is gorgeous.
I know you're a big fan of this Charger. We've spoken about it before. This is the one with the carbies out the bonnet, isn't it? You definitely can't hear us. Again, that LSA supercharged Commodore, we can hear that blower whistling away. As nice as the Charger is, the Commodore is going to get there first. 973 with a 2, 145 mile an hour this time.
And 10-4 at 128.
Now, that's not a slow car, and that Commodore was a good number of car lengths in front of it. All right, here's our Evo Lancer in the rocket lane. The 2.3 litre stroker on board.
Yep. Don't forget, this is on a street prep track.
A little bit of wheel spin off the start line, and it's starting to move around a fair bit at half track.
A little puff of smoke as he got out of it. Cleared out. Goes through 12.7, 62 miles an hour. Once those things start to come on to boost, that's it. They just...
Yeah, you just hang on, I guess.
Yeah, you're a passenger.
Steer a little bit, pull a couple of gears, and... just check out that racing service, make sure there's nothing there. Smoke fairly lingering around half track. We're back into our bikes again for the second run around. Good side-by-side race. He looks like the Aeroflow lane out in front at the moment and gets there 10.08 with a 1, 147 mile an hour.
And 10.7, 128 miles an hour for the rocket lane.
Yeah, the Aeroflow lane a little bit quicker there. The rocket lane leaving with red light as well. And looks like the Aeroflow lane coming home strong, but not getting there by a tenth of a second. The rocket lane got there. 12.35 with a 3, 112 mile an hour to a 12.35 with a 4.
Wow.
So the difference there, I think, pretty much in the reaction time.
Good bit of close racing.
Not too much in the reaction time in this one. Looks like the Rocket Lane definitely out in front. And we'll take the win. 13.73.
To a 15.3 at 83 miles an hour.
Ooh, 006 red for the bike in the Aeroflow lane. And runs on through for a 10.86 with a 9, 147 miles an hour. Nearly 148 to a 13.1 in the Rocket Lane there. Harley a little bit slow off the start line, but gets motoring at the top end. 10.27 with a 141 mile an hour. It tells me if he's able to get a little bit more RPM and a quicker launch, we're going to see that thing into the nines. Next up, the Golf taking on the Pulsar.
The L Falcon.
Is it? Oh, it is too.
Yep.
Oh, I nearly said it was a Pulsar. Whoopsie. We'll drive Golf driving away. 174 to the 60 and through the finish line. 11.56 with a 118 mile an hour to a 14.53 at 95 for the Falcon.
So I know it's feeling a little bit cool out here, guys. Don't forget, we've got our Go Nuts for Donuts open. Fantastic coffee up there as well. We've got Joe's Ice Cream here as well. Joe's got coffee as well. And we've also got the Chips on a Stick, which is just down the road from it. So don't feel hungry, guys. So if you want something warm to drink, make sure you get up there. Also, Jackie has got the Sydney Dragway track shop open as well. And she's got a great lot of shirts, hoodies, hats, all sorts of stuff up here. So while you're here at the track, guys, make use of it. Come up and see Jackie and grab yourself some merchandise.
All right, looks like we've got an I-30, or is it a Polo? It's a Polo. Taking on the Mercedes in the Rocket Lane. As expected, the Mercedes is driving away.
Yeah, he's not hanging around, is he?
1.9 flat to the 60. And a 12.71 with an 107 mile an hour.
And 15.5, 98 miles an hour.
Strong burnout from the Commodore in the Rocket Lane. Taking on the Forester in the Aeroflow lane. Not too much in the reaction time. The Commodore a little bit quicker to the 60-foot, and we'll build that momentum towards the finish line. 13.17 with a 7. 108 mile an hour through the finish line.
And 14.9, 93 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane.
All right, next up, the Audi in the Rocket Lane. We've seen this one at the recent Nitro Champs. Memory, Tristan or Christian? Christian was his name.
Steve, you'll be happy to...
Sorry, Stu. Oh, all crossed up in the Aeroflow lane there. Stu, I was looking at the timing markers, and those tyre tracks are awful close to those concrete wall. I reckon the driver's eyes would have been pretty wide by that point.
Yeah.
Not what you want to do. Sorry to cut you off, Stu. I didn't hear what you were saying there. I don't know if you saw the footage from the Lamborghini at roll racing across the road a couple of weeks ago.
No.
I'll show you later.
Okay.
I dare say if I was driving it, they would have needed a new race seat. Didn't hit anything, but I don't know how. Had like 3 goes at the wall and didn't make contact. Went around and around. But I'll show you the footage a little bit later, Mark. I dare say that driver's eyes would have been pretty big too.
Yeah. Well, 12.3, 121 for the Aeroflow lane, 13.1, 108 miles an hour for the Rocket lane. Falcon Ute up against the Falcon Sedan. (11.2), 122 miles an hour for the Rocket lane. 11.9, 118 for the Aeroflow lane. Audi down in the Aeroflow lane up against the Falcon in the Rocket lane. Falcon's chasing down this Audi and gets him on the line. 10.3, 132 miles an hour to 13.2, 92 miles an hour. Whereas RX7 gets out of the hole really good. 156. Powers on top into the track.
Much better run this time. 11.02 with the 5 mark, 125.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, Mark and Steve, I'm down here in the staging range, and I've got the driver of the VH Vacationer here. Mate, what's your name, sorry?
Mark.
Mark, welcome to Aeroflow Race for Real. And, mate, you were just telling me this is a street car?
Street car, fully street legal, fully engineered, minus the cage and the chute and the side pipe.
Now, you got a nice War Speed sticker on the side of it. So Troy has done obviously a fair bit of engine work to it. What exactly has been done to it?
She's an iron block 6 litre GM block, stock L98 crank. We got some good rods and pistons and heads in it. We got a 88mm turbo, Holly EFI tuned by Ricky Fenwick. We're making 1100 at the hubs when it's angry. Just low boost testing tonight.
I was going to say on this street prep track, I guess it's just a matter of now getting data.
Yeah, all about the data. We went 1.6 in the 60, so we've got to work on that. But we made 146 mile per hour at the back, so pretty happy for second full pass ever.
And what's your goal with the car, mate? To actually race it or use it more as a street car?
Always a street car first, but ultimate goal is run a 890 and complete a drag and drive event.
Well, mate, I hope it happens, Mark, because tell you what, mate, it's a fantastic looking car. I mean, I guess if you saw this from a distance on the street, you think, oh, you know, it's just an old school Holden, but, mate, looks are always deceiving, aren't they?
Yeah, that's how I build them. I'm not an attention seeker, all about the numbers and usability. Get out the family, go for an ice cream, that sort of thing.
Well, Mark, it's a credit to you, mate. It's great to have you here for Play Race for Real this evening.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the night. Cheers.
Thanks, guys. Good work there, Stu. That's a great story on that car,
Yeah,
isn't it?
1100 horsepower cruiser. Just what you want.
Just go for a cruise down to get an ice cream.
It might not be. It might not be what you need, but it's what you want.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Just knowing.
But you might just need it that one day.
Yes.
Yeah,
Maybe.
Quick, up, and away you go.
Yeah, correct. But certainly those drive and drag events have become very popular.
Yes.
And I guess nowadays that's the sort of horsepower you need to pull the mile an hour and to have the car not really stressed. I guess like you can have a big cube blown car, but idling along on the road, they're not always designed to do that, and that creates other issues with big rocket. You got big cam and all that sort of stuff. It gives the valve springs and rockers and all that sort of stuff a really hard time, and you see people often they break that stuff. But I guess going down that line with the turbo LS, all that geometry,
yes, totally different.
More than likely, remains pretty close to standard.
Yeah, well, you're not running a huge solid roller in there, and you're not creating those problems, which you see at Drag Week. So many of those cars on the big drives, they do. That's the first thing they do when they pull in. Rock covers off, checking all the rockers and push rods and everything to see have they damaged something. Because they're not designed with that type of engine setup to do kilometres.
No. So 1092 with a 122 mile an hour in the Aeroflow lane there. Nice pass. And what have we got here? The VL taking on the Supra.
Yep.
I think the Supra went 11 something in its last pass.
11.6. I think around that way somewhere. Well, Commodore goes out at a 1.66 F for the 60. 11.8, 113 miles an hour, and a 13.1, 109. Well, that was way off to what we have seen that car run.
Well, it's the same car, isn't it? It's definitely the same colour.
Sure. Yeah.
I think Agro something was the number plates, I think. Yeah, no missing the big Falcon in the rocket lane here, Mark.
Yep.
Not fussed on the reaction time.
Barra?
It doesn't sound like a V8, that's for sure. 11.39 with a 128 mile an hour through the finish line.
Well, that's a XY, XW down there. Mint looking condition car. Fairmont.
The big Venetians in the back window. Bit of a sleeper taking on a very tough Commodore. Nice strong burnout in the Aeroflow lane. And the Commodore away first with a 396, but I tell you what, the Falcon, I wasn't quite expecting that. Falcon in front at 1,000, I think it's going to stay that way. 1086 with a 9 mark, 123 mile an hour. Similar mile an hour to the Commodore in the rocket lane, but the Commodore running through for an 11.42 with a 3.
Well, you've seen that Falcon when it left the line, just nose high in the air. That had the horsepower there carrying it through.
Catch me if you can.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the VH down here. Stu was down there a little bit earlier and spoke to the driver, gave us all the details on this thing. Wanting to see an 8 out of this sometime in its life.
And in beside Ernest Hudson in the Toyota Celica. Now, we saw a big flash of flame on the hit of the throttle on the last run. Let's see if he's been able to fix the... left a lot more RPM this time, but still backfiring through the pipes.
So I just had a talk with Dave Muscat, and down in the staging lane, Steve, apparently it's got something to do with what they call the hammer. Apparently it's going across the sensor, and it's not happy in that point of the rev range.
Well, that was a lot more RPM there than the first launch. Carried the wheels a little bit there, but must be a terrible feeling when you do that.
Especially when you see that big shoot of flames.
Yeah, so whatever it is with that car, Steve, I guess it's something for Ernie to have a pretty serious look at, because obviously it's affecting him in that part of the racetrack, and it's hurting him. And worst part is, will it hurt the car?
Well, I dare say certainly getting his attention every time it happens. Bike riders now out on track, and the rocket lane takes it 9.97 with a 144 mile an hour to an 11.75 at 122.
Now, my apologies, boys. That is not Josh Down. It's actually an RX-7 from Viz Rotary that's down here with the number plate's Fat Pig. So I look forward to seeing this because, I'm a bit of a rotor head myself. Hey, man, what's your name?
Adam.
Adam, welcome to Aeroflow Race for Real, mate. Tell me a little bit about your FC.
13B turbo, built by Troy from Viz Rotary. It's got a Jatco in it, methanol injection. A little bit of fun, 660 horsepower at the wheels, and yeah.
Is it a new build, mate, or have you had it for a little while?
I've had the car for a little while, just dialing it in now and just hoping to get to a time, so.
Well, mate, it's great to have you here, and it's great to see Viz Rotary back here on a Wednesday night, Aeroflow Race for Real.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Have fun. Back to you, boys.
Thanks, Stu. What is this, Steve?
That is a Mercedes, Mark.
Is it?
Yep. Well, that's what it looks like to me.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, so I can see the Mercedes version. Just with the headlights on, it looks like that lower section of the bar comes out.
12.19 with a 111 mile an hour in the Aeroflow lane to an 11.99 with a 3 in the rocket lane. And a 12.95 with a 9 at 103 in the rocket lane to take the win there. Till 15.31, 82 mile an hour. Next up, our Harley rider here. Let's see if we can get a little bit better 60 foot. We saw 145 odd mile an hour out of his first pass. Good job to keep the front end down. 1.7 to the 60. And a 9.99 with an 8, 139 miles an hour there.
He was really slipping that clutch off the line, wasn't he?
Yeah, I would be too, just quietly. Because I think, not that I've ever ridden a motorcycle, but I dare say that sort of bike is probably a little bit more difficult to get the weight over the front end and keep that wheel on the ground.
Yeah, you definitely don't dump it.
Now, if you want to see Gary Phillips do his impression of a motorcycle, look it up.
Okay.
That's all I can say. He was had a bit of a, because those of you that might not know who Gary Phillips is, he is probably the most crowned professional racer that we have in terms of number of championships he's won.
Yep.
In any, mostly around pro alcohol and top door slammer. This weekend the weekend just passed, marked his return back to racing after a big fire that he had here at Sydney Dragway, where it torched the head and the fire got that hot that the body actually folded in half when they went to lift it.
Geez.
Where it apparently where it torched the head was right on main oil
Yes.
feed at the back of the head.
Yep.
So, needless to say, that was the end of the funny car body, but they checked the chassis out and everything seemed okay. So, Gary decided to make racing a little bit more difficult for himself and has decided to go to an altered, right? So you think, oh yeah, they're the same chassis, same, but there's next to no downforce in an altered. They've got a big wing on the front and a big wing on the back, but in comparison to a funny car, which is effectively the whole body is a wing,
Yep.
let's just say he went, I think it was a 551, and the front wheels touched the ground after half track. So, and I'm not talking, they weren't just a little bit off the ground. It was on, it carried the front end a reasonable height. Yeah. So yeah, do yourself a favour. Search. I dare say there'd be something on YouTube.
Yeah.
You know, Gary Phillips Winter Nationals altered run or something like that. You will. I was pretty impressed. To see the replay, he posted a couple of photos of like taken from a screen on his Facebook. Yeah. Let's just say pretty brave, dare say, because as you know, you can't steer these things with the front end in the air. There was one run where he made a pretty decent contact with the wall. He was trying a number of different headers. Let's just say the first set he had on with the funny car style, which went right down to the ground, and then the upswept ones.
Yep.
After he touched the wall, let's just say they were changed to a shorter style one, more like what you'd see on a dragster. Probably because that was he had only had the one, the one that was serviceable. But you know, put on a really good show. A little bit of a history lesson there. You might remember the car. He had a funny car back in ye old time that was black with the orange. The Dayglow orange.
Yep.
Apparently, there was a touring car back in the time. The Holden Racing team had their line insignia painted in the same colour.
Yep.
The paint that was left over from that was the actual paint that ended up on his car.
The orange glow.
Yeah, back. So there was a leftover. It was a custom mix.
Yep.
He somehow managed to get the rest of that custom mix. So it was a bit of a throwback to the time.
That was back in Peter Brock's time.
Yes. Yeah.
On the A9 Extra Runner.
Yep.
Yep.
So a bit of a throwback to that era in his racing. And I dare say that, I will say that car looked really, really nice with the black with the orange down the side of just his name, Gary Phillips, on it. With the, So, but yeah, if you want to check out a pretty wild ride, I think they're all pretty much, wheels up, carrying the front end quite a ways. Because as you know, that's what altereds do. They don't necessarily do the conventional type driving. 1275 there in the Aeroflow lane. Next up, we have the Forester taking on the Audi. The Audi in the rocket lane has run into the 10-second zone a few times tonight. Ooh, 018 on the tree for the Audi.
Good reaction as well. 0.018.
And a 12.35 and only 110. I think there was a little bit of a pedal there off the start line.
And 15.8, 90 miles an hour for the vehicle in the Aeroflow lane.
Tell you what, Mark, we might throw to our big screen for a couple of words from some of our sponsors. We'll pay some bills. You'll be back with Mark and I at the Aeroflow Race for Real here at Sydney Dragway. We'll return very, very shortly.
We've always had a few cars. They're all special. The T-Bird.
Oh, that's mine.
The Combi for when we want to get away. The XR8.
It's going to be a classic.
They're all insured with Shannon's,
We've also got Shannon's Home and Contents cover,
which helps protect our automotive collectibles, tools and memorabilia in the home and garage. If you're motoring enthusiasts like us, it's got to be
Shannon's.
Shannon's, insurance for motoring enthusiasts. Call 13 46 46 for a quote.
I've chosen to use VP Racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP Racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP Racing fuels.
BP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannon's are giving you the chance to win a USA Supercars drive experience at the Circuit of the Americas and Las Vegas racetracks. Drive a Ferrari, Lamborghini and Porsche. Visit Dallas, Austin, Las Vegas and LA. The trip for two includes airfares, luxury accommodation and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannon's Club members. Plus, win a new Indian Motorcycle Sport Chief. To enter, take out new Shannon's insurance on your special car, daily drive, bike or home. Go online or call Shannon's on 134646.
Aeroflow, famous for our massive range of hose, fittings and performance products. Air filters, oil filters, fittings, engine and transmission parts, fuel systems, tanks, silicone hose, exhaust, air conditioning, turbo and nitrous accessories and more. Get your free catalogue and shop online now at aeroflowperformance.com.
Bang shift shifters from Aeroflow Performance are truly the modern shifter for the modern age. Featuring a full bespoke billet case, all shifters are designed for right-hand drive vehicles with an LED lit gear position indicator. Available in either ratchet or gated options, as well as OEM replacement shifters for popular Holden and Ford vehicles. A large range of Bang shift spares are available for each shifter that includes shifter cables, brackets, lever and gate kits, trans brake buttons and drop boxes for the ideal mounting solution. Shift into gear and check out a full listing at aeroflowperformance.com.
How would it be if we funded a pilot program for you to run that enabled you to bring some vision impaired kids onto the Saints Play program?
Oh wow, that would mean the world. My reward is the smile on the kids' faces.
And since you've given so much to others, we'd also like to do something for you personally. How would it feel if Pepper sent you, your partner, and your daughter Molly to the Gold Coast for a few days?
Awesome. I don't know what to say. It amazes me. Thank you very much.
Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to the Western Weekender. The Western Weekender is Penrith's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. The Western Weekender is the heartbeat of Penrith and it's out every Thursday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area, home delivered, or check out westernweekender.com.au.
Turbochargers from Aeroflow Performance are designed for the automotive enthusiast who wants optimal performance at a competitive price. We have a range of turbochargers in both ceramic ball bearing and 360-degree journal bearing options to suit your power goals from 200 up to 3,000 horsepower. To help turbocharge your vehicle, Aeroflow Performance also have a large range of turbocharger accessories, from steam pipe turbo manifolds, external wastegates, and tapered exhaust solutions. You can have your car boosted in no time. For a full listing, check out aeroflowperformance.com.
All right, guys, you are back. Aeroflow, race for real. Stu's had a haircut.
Yeah, I've got my head back. Having said that, though, that mullet wig was keeping my head warm. But look, I might save it for the burnouts. I think I've got to be a little bit professional at times when I'm in the commentary box. When I'm out of it, yeah, it's different. But no, look, it's not too bad outside. Oh, a lot of sparks coming out of that car right in the centre as well, boys. So I dare say that might be clutch. That's a bit of a shame there for the John Blanche 13B powered RX-7. As the driver said, it is a very old school setup in that car. But look, that's a bit of a shame. But hey, that's racing, you know. These things happen.
Yeah, it is, Stu. You find your
tail shaft, was it? Oh, no. Well. At least it can be fixed. At least it's not nothing. He just said it happens every time he comes here, Stephen Mark. Breaks the tail shaft. So, oh well. That's racing, isn't it, boys?
Tis, mate. Tis indeed.
Well, I hope everybody that's watching via Facebook and YouTube from wherever you are around the world, you guys are having a fantastic night checking all the action here from Aeroflow Race for Real. Don't forget, guys, Aeroflow Performance for all your performance needs. Make sure you do grab a copy of their handbook, which you can pick up down in the scrutineering shed, or even better, log on to their website and make sure you have a look at every page, because there might be something there you might want to put on your car. Of course, they are moving into new premises. I don't know whether you boys have driven down Honeywood Drive lately, but the new premises is huge.
No, I haven't been down there at all, Stu. Haven't been down there and had a look, mate, but I do have a big list of stuff that I've got to get, so it will be happening soon.
Now the boys are just holding up this driver with the Falcon. Okay, boys, he had his phone on the seatbelt, which is a no-no.
Oh, Big Chev on a good pass. 11.6, 117 miles an hour to 12.2, 116 miles an hour.
It gets along all right, the big old Chev.
Does indeed.
Considering it's not necessarily the most aero-efficient vehicle on the premises.
Yeah, it's aerodynamic as a brick.
Strong burnout from the rocket lane. And the Audi away first in the Aeroflow. 536 on the tree. 180 to the 60. Nice
chasing
pass.
that down.
Nope. 1086 with a 5. 133 mile an hour.
Wow. And 12.005 for 12.005.
Yes. Yeah, nice pass from both cars there. What stage of tune that is for said Audi.
Yep.
Very nice. Falcon in the rocket lane. Taking on the utility in the Aeroflow. Falcon on the verge of lifting the front end there, I think. 166 to the 60. And just behind at 1,000, but gets there by 200ths across the finish line. 1180, 9 with an 8, 109 miles an hour. VL taking on the Commodore in the rocket lane. In the Aeroflow lane, sorry. Get it right one time, maybe. This Cortina did a really good number on his last pass.
Sounds really nice and strong as well.
It does. Just goes from idle to quite high RPM very, very quickly.
Yes. It's a bit of a thing. It was old school. Go small cubes.
Yes.
And yeah, just run on revs.
little bit. The Cortina twist. Turn it over towards the wall, having a little bit of a pedal there. The driver bringing it back to the centre of the lane and runs on through for an 11.11 at 123 mile an hour.
Hey, Mark and Steve.
Yes, Stu.
I'm down here with the driver of the Elite Auto House Lancer that's down here.
Yes.
The Evo, sorry, which is not a dirty word. But no, he said to me, I was just looking inside, he goes, you can take it for a drive. And I said, so I had to double check. And yes, it does have 3 pedals, and he backs up what I say. Real men use 3 pedals.
Fucking hope they do.
See, boys? I'm not the only one.
Can you reach the pedals though, Stu?
Let me see.
Sorry,
no, I don't think I'd be able to reach the
I don't
pedals,
like.
actually.
I don't like throwing short jokes,
seat,
but,
can I?
but you did.
Okay, right,
you did
well,
leave it open.
Boys, I can drive it. I could drive it. It's got 3. Yeah, the track's a little bit cold. Now, I've got a question for you, mate. What made you go the Evo?
I work on them every day.
So you work for Elite Auto House, do you?
I own it.
You own it? Even better. What's your name, buddy? Ali, sorry, mate. Welcome to Aeroflow, mate. Mate, we've seen a few of these Pro Street Evos come out here previously and run some pretty cracker times. As a driver and someone that works on these 24/7, aside, how hard is it to get one of these things to run the times that you are running? Because obviously we see a lot with the V8 turbos and a few different bits and pieces, but you're driving an Evo, which is, yeah, all right, they're quick, but they're more circuit and drag.
They're one of the hardest cars, in my opinion, to take off in, and I think anybody will tell you that. So if you get an Evo down into the 1.5s, 1.4s, you're absolutely flying. The Americans have got them down pat to the 1.2s. We are nowhere near that at this stage. But then again, we're packing a lot of weight too. I mean, this is a 1,350 kilo car, plus myself, that's 1,450 kilos. Last outing, it went 860 at 182.5 mile an hour. So currently, probably making about 13, maybe 1,500 horsepower, give or take. Jeez. We don't even know.
Wow. Well, mate, I might let you get strapped in because it looks like you're about to go. Thank you for the chat, Ali, and look forward to seeing you out on track. Well, there you go, boys. I learned something tonight. Ali, the proprietor of Elite Auto House. That is awesome. Now, I'm down here with, of course, Ernest Hudson, the driver of the Black Arrow. Mate, what's going on with the Black Arrow tonight? What have you done to it?
Changed a few things in the ignition system and it's not liking it. Hopefully I've sorted it back out now.
Okay, well, hopefully, mate, you have got that because we love seeing the Black Arrow run some pretty good passes out here at Aeroflow Race for Real. We're about to have the fast lane come out, so it's back up to the commentary box with the Bushman and Mr. Holden, Mark Thomas.
Thank you very much, Stu. I still think you should hit Ali up for at least a passenger ride, mate. I should bring along a helmet next time. Just keep it in the car, just in case.
You never know.
Hey?
Just never know, do you?
Can he wear that? Would that be suitable in a car? Well, what do you say it's run? 890, 180 mile an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you'll need a little bit more than your brain bucket.
That's what they'll be able to scrape them up into.
Yeah, certainly the speed at 180 mile an hour tells us it is making somewhere around that sort of horsepower.
That's huge miles an hour.
It's pretty scary. That'd be a pretty big rush, I reckon, watching feeling that coming on, and then all of a sudden it's just a vertical line for the power curve.
Yep. Commodore goes out 1.5, 60 foot, 10 to 135 miles an hour. Mazda just blew the tyres off it.
All right, here we go, guys. V8 versus import.
Some hanging on to it there. And it's bit of a problem off the line again. 2 big backfires as it left the line. And 0 free for the Aeroflow lane. Good reaction time from the Aeroflow lane, 0.038. But Rocket Lane takes a win, 993, 149 miles an hour. To an 11.5, 124 miles an hour. Rocket Lane takes a win, 992, 147. To an 11.8, 113 miles an hour. .11.8, 110 miles an hour for the Rocket Lane to a 12.0, 111 miles an hour. Okay, just holding the Harley up for a moment just to clear the bottom escape road. Ah, Okay. We do have a kangaroo just watching the racing from the side. Okay, I think we're just going to, once we get this vehicle towed back, we'll... No, all good, all gone. Now releasing this Harley. Oh, just picked the front wheel up and carried it. 986, 140 miles an hour. Cressida in the rocket lane up against the EL Falcon. Very close race, 13.7, 104 miles an hour to 14.4 at 95 miles an hour.
That's that little Hyundai i20, boys, out of Cherry Tuning at Hornsby. Has had a fair bit of work done to it by them.
VW gets out first. $14.5, 92 miles an hour to an 18.8, 75 miles an hour. We've got the Mercedes-Benz down the Aeroflow lane up against the Audi.
Yeah, the Audi out of the JM Auto Repairs at North Wollongong stable.
To 111 miles an hour to a 13.7, 95 miles an hour. What's going on, Stu? You had a hair colour change.
Oh, I did, mate. I went back to my conventional hairstyle. Well, kind of. But no, I took the mullet off. I might put it back on for the burnouts. We'll see. We'll see. But I know we got some of the burnout family here tonight. So I might join them up in the stand, actually. I'm sure there'll be more than my fake mullet up there. I reckon Benji should wear his in the studio. I reckon he looks pretty good with the mullet.
I don't know. I'll throw that one out to him. Benj, Stewie invited you up with your mullet hair on into the stands for the burnouts.
Here we go. WRX up against WRX. Two different models too, which is always good. We've got the probably the least favoured body style of WRX. And I don't mean that disrespectfully, but I think a lot of people look at these and went, all right, it's WRX, but it's not what we're used to. And I think that's why it didn't sell as well as what they hoped.
It didn't have that aggressive look, Stu.
No, it didn't have that more sedan look about it, which, of course, Subaru were well known for from the rally days with Possum Bourne. All right, we got eyes off out here, the Hyundai i30N. This looks like another car that's had a bit of work done to it.
He's up against the VW Golf. Well, 13.6 to a 13.1. Mercedes-Benz up against the Falcon.
Yeah, this is the Eurologic M BMW down here in that matte black, if that's your type of thing. Certainly is a very quick car though.
Taking on the Falcon in the Aeroflow lane. BMW away nicely, 1.6 to the 60 mark.
It's a quick car, this is.
107 to half track. And a 10.35 with an 8. 134 mile an hour through the finish line. To an 11.32 with a 6 at 128 for the old Falcon.
Yep. I must say, I'm not in love with the sound of it.
The Beamer?
The Beamer.
Doesn't matter. You're not driving it.
Yeah, I know, but I've got to listen to it.
It could be an electric car. You not hear a thing.
Yeah, true. That's a good point.
Well, guys, we've got this Golf R down here,
friends.
Carbon Auto House, and a little bit of help from Galano Engineering on this car. So let's see how they go. He's got a passenger, so he's limited as to how quick he can go. But of course, you can have passengers in your car, providing your car runs to a certain time. But obviously, if you're a passenger, guys, we make one thing clear. When you're a passenger, guys, you can't have your mobile hanging up. I know it's tempting to record what goes on, but as for safety, you know, it's the same as the road, guys. You don't have a mobile phone sitting up in front of your driver's vision. And it's the same story here, guys. The mobiles need to be put down. Yeah, by all means, enjoy the run. But from a safety point of view, guys, we do not have mobiles.
It's all about trying to minimise distraction for the driver.
Yep.
And make sure that they focus on what they're there to do. And the Aeroflow lane will take this one by 3/10. 13.07 with a 9, 108 mile an hour.
And 12.9 for the Rocket lane. Well, VW Golf and another Beamer in the other lane.
Yeah, it looks like a first-timer out here, Mark, in the Toyota Aristo, I think it is.
Oh, okay.
It is an import. It's got that more bit of drift style look about it, lowered, bit of camber on those rear wheels. I was happy to see a Cressida here tonight, actually, because been a little while since we've had a 1J out here.
Yeah, the Cressida actually looks in really good nick from up here. And an 11.99 with a 5, 114 mile an hour.
Wow.
For the Aeroflow lane there. Strong burnout from the Falcon in the Aeroflow. the rocket lane away very nicely. 2.2 to the 60. The Falcon chasing him down. I don't think he's going to get there, though. Going to run out of real estate. 12.34 with a 7.121. We'll get it for the rocket lane to a 12.29 at only 96 mile an hour for the Falcon.
Well, Falcon Ute down in the Aeroflow lane up against the Falcon Sedan in the rocket lane.
It's XF, is it? XF or EL? Because they ran the same back on the Falcon for quite some time.
Yeah, they did, yep. Yeah, no, sorry, can't tell.
Something tells me it's not standard though, Mark.
No.
It's looking a lot quicker than standard. 10.60 with an 8, 132 mile an hour.
And 12.9, 118 miles an hour for the rocket lane.
And 1.7 seconds to the 60 there for the Falcon. Next up, the Subaru in the Aeroflow lane.
Definitely chasing down the Audi. 12.9, 117 miles an hour to a 13.4, 102 miles an hour. .11.5, 121 miles an hour for the rocket lane to a 14.1 for the Aeroflow lane.
Jeez, we've got a few Fords and Volkswagens here tonight, guys.
Yeah, we've got a good run of them tonight, Stu.
I'm wondering, Steve, if all these Fords that are out here tonight, now, hypothetically speaking, the last Ford versus Holden theme night we had was huge, to say the least. I'm wondering if a lot of these Fords have started to up the ante a little bit and just starting to get in some testing, because a lot of them are running some really, really good times tonight. And most of all, they're super consistent with the times that they are running as well, which is exciting from our point of view because, hey, number one, we get to see it. But secondly, you know, in the future when we run another Ford versus Holden theme night here at the track, we'll see the Fords starting to step up and take on the Holdens.
Have we got more furry friends down there, Mark?
I think we have, Steve. Yeah, we.
Does appear to be that would be the reason, but I can't see any officials on the racetrack down there. But Ben's telling us that he can't see any on the cameras either.
Okay.
All right. The Audi in the Aeroflow lane, taking on the Golf this time around in the rocket lane. Starter just guiding the Golf up to the stage beams. Of course, you've got the first white light is a pre-stage, then about 15 centimetres further forward to that is full stage. That tells the starter that you're both ready to go. The starter will then flick a switch and activate the tree. The tree will count down. You've got 0.4 of a second between each amber light, and the perfect reaction time is 000, meaning that you leave the start line at exactly the same time that that green light comes on. Then from there you race the full 402 metres of the quarter mile here at Sydney Dragway. And the Golf that time around, 10.88 with a 2, 134 miles an hour through the finish line to a 14.0 at 107 mark. Sound official?
Did, yeah.
Oh, the Subaru bouncing all over the place there. Getting a bit of a move on at the top end, I can tell you. 122 mile an hour, 11.69 with a 1. Gets there by 0.04 of a second. Over the car in the Aeroflow lane. Wonder if we've got a Subaru club here tonight.
Yeah, not sure.
Where's Stuart?
Stewie's down on the line.
So the WRXs, boys, from at Dan Performance. So we did have 3 of them. Unfortunately, one broke earlier on the night, but still got 2 of them. And they're running some pretty good times out of these street-based WRXs. Some super quick times. At 11.77. That's... Now, this car's coming out now, boys, in the Aeroflow lane. It was out here a little while ago from Precision Racing. And this was a relatively new build, if it's a car that I'm thinking of. And these guys were doing a bit of testing in it. This thing's got a nice, sticky set of radials on the rear end of it, but still stock. I mean, if you would take those rear wheels off, put standard rims back on, it looked like something you'd just pick straight off the showroom floor. But obviously it's got a fair bit of work done to it by Joe and the team at Precision Racing. But looks like they might have picked up a few little drops that have come out of that car. So just going to double check.
And the older model Falcon waiting patiently. Traditional V8 power plant in that one. The FG given the clear.
The little 250 Falcon.
Will the FG get there? I think it will. Oh, no, it didn't. Big top end charge there, 137 mile an hour and a 10.48 with a 9.
Now, I dare say, boys, that if you were James Bond, I dare say this would be a car that you would drive. The Mercedes SUV, the GLC. It's got that look about it. I'll tell you what, there have been some quick Mercedes out here in the last 6 months or so here at Aeroflow Race 4L, and the SUVs, as I say that, it is only running street tyres, but for the most part, they've been pretty quick. But the Aussie Holden looks like it has got the jump on the Merc. Yes, he does. 13.55, 13.63. Now, this 57 down here, Steve, this thing is mint in capital letters, my friend. I had a little joke with the owner earlier. I said we're going to fit a few dead bodies in the trunk. And I reckon you could fit about 3 or 4 of people my size in there.
Can we try?
Hey?
Can we try?
Oh, Mark.
No, live ones, not dead ones.
Oh, well, I guess so.
Dead one's too hard to come across.
There's a few issues around that, Mark.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
11.53 with a 4, 116 mile an hour in the Aeroflow lane.
11.8, 121 for the rocker lane. Oh, everyone's stepping it up at the moment.
Yeah, I dare say the weather conditions out there is probably pretty good for making some horsepower right about now.
Now, the ute down here has gone silent, boys. He's just trying to get it started. The All Care Car Services Mechanical Repairs, unfortunately, doesn't sound like it wants to play the game.
It's a James waited patiently, but we'll get pushed back and have the opportunity to come back for another round. The Cortina on a solo. A little bit of a wiggle there off the start line. 165 to the 60 on this pass. And through the finish line, 10.96 with a 5. 123 miles an hour.
Well, thankfully, guys, the driver said he thinks he's blown a fuse in the car, so it doesn't sound like it's anything bad out of the one-tonner.
No, it should be pretty good as long as he's got another fuse. The BMW wagon will take this one, Mark. 11.22 with a 7, 133 miles an hour.
And
wow.
11.2, 129 miles an hour for the rocket lane. So not a real lot between both cars.
No, it's more on that left on the reaction time there, I think, was the reason behind the gap. If they'd left side by side, it would have been quite a close race, I dare say. Commodore leaving the line very cleanly with a 1.660 foot. Where's our friend with the wagon? 10.92 with a 3 at 1.24 for the Aeroflow lane to take the win. Over an 11.91 for the Falcon in the rocket lane. Here's this street sleeper Falcon in the Aeroflow lane. Ready to the 10s on his last pass. That's a good question. RX2 on the Sydney Dragway live stream wants to know if any of the viewers on the live stream have a project car on the go. I think everyone with a car has a project, don't they? Are they never finished?
Yes. They're always a project.
And the Falcon away nicely once again. 1.5 to the 60. Straight down the Aeroflow lane. And a 10.75 with a 3 and 121 miles an hour. And nice clean pass.
16.1 68 miles an hour for the car in the rocket lane. Dab the brakes just before he crossed the line. Just wash off a bit of that speed.
Oh, I think this might be a good race, Mark, if the white car can hook up on the start line.
Yep. Yeah, we've seen what the black one can do.
Yeah, 950s or whatever it is.
Yep. 148 miles an hour.
It is out of here. 990 with a 2, 145 mile an hour through the finish line. To a 14.60, 99. Oh, our ute drivers found a fuse, or taken a fuse from somewhere else. Now the horn doesn't work. or something along those lines. The Club Sport driver must be left foot braking. 10.28 with a 5, 135 mile an hour through the finish line. To an 11.48 with a 9 at 125 for the one-tonner.
Yeah, that ute, Steve, has got a race number on the back of it and M/PR written on it. So it's modified production, I'm guessing.
I'm not sure what that class designation would be.
11.9, 116 for the Aeroflow lane.
And a loose Commodore in the rocket lane there at a few points.
Later, Model RX. Is it 8 or 7?
7. I think it's series 4 or 5.
Up against the VL Commodore.
Well, that's a name I've not heard for a long time, boys. Easy 10's Performance, because they were quite well known back in the day here at Sydney Dragway.
Nice lead for the Mazda in the Aeroflow lane. Stu, you'll be pleased to know. Drawing up beside and in front of the VL Commodore, 992 with a 0, 129 miles an hour. Went 146 to the 60.
And 12.2 for the rocket lane. Lancer back out again.
It is time to get a little bit crazy. 4G 63, 4-wheel drive, nitrous, 3 pedals. Yes, that's right, boys, 3 pedals. Sequential gearbox. Let's go post street Evo racing.
Seems to drive a little bit, and then you get the big power boost from the turbo, and it's straight up to the limiter.
Yeah, you could just see it just starting to get a little bit squirrely, just past 60 foot, as he's popping through that sequential gearbox. But look, it's great to have Ali from Elite Auto House here. Of course, we've seen some of their tough street-based Evos here, but to have the post street car out here, it's great. But we're into the bikes now. I've got to say, guys, the bike guys, they're all in good spirits tonight. They're all laughing. There's 3 guys here tonight, and they're all on street triples, and they're all good mates, and they're out here having a bit of a race. There's no bragging rights, no nothing. It's just having a bit of fun. But it's good to see them here. One of them had red hair, and unfortunately, it wasn't who I thought it was, but I took the wig off, as you can see. But no, these guys out here, mate, they're having fun. And we encourage, I know it's cool, but we encourage all our motorcycle riders to come out and have a crack down the quarter mile. The thing that gets me about these bikes too, Steve, is that when you're down here on the ground and actually standing right near them, they're such a short wheelbase bike.
Yeah, the rider's doing very well to keep the front end on the ground and keep it under control. Of course, no wheelie bars means that the bike will want to do a wheel stand pretty easily. 11.98 with a 4, 110 mile an hour to an 11.75 with a 6 for our rocket lane racer. Saw a whole heap of turboed high buses running over the recent weekend at the Winter Nationals.
110 miles an hour for the Rocket Lane and 15 to 83 miles an hour for the Aeroflow.
Another strong burnout from our Harley rider in the Rocket Lane. And the Harley left too soon. Won't get a time, unfortunately, but the Aeroflow lane at 10.08 with a 9 at 1:44. And a solo pass to round out the bike section of tonight. Of course, away with the 2.5, a 360 foot. And runs on through for a 12.67 with a 9, 118 mile an hour through the finish line. They had 11 junior drag bikes up at the winners' mark, and one of the races was racing his mum's daily transport.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah. I think went all the way to the final, actually, if my memory serves me correct. Yeah.
Mate, here's that Cressida down here.
Toyota's version of a land yacht.
Yeah.
Showing the Falcon the way right now. And a 13.29 with a 4 at 104 mile an hour.
Wow. And 14.5, 95 miles an hour.
I tell you what, Mark, why don't we throw to our big screen? We'll have a couple of words from some of our sponsors, and we'll come back to some racing in a very few short moments. We'll be back with you. Aeroflow, Race for Real, here at Sydney Dragway.
Speed Addict Clothing Co. Fast clothes for fast people. Shop now at speedaddictco.com.au.
I have this incredible drive to succeed. I've just got this ambition, I want to get on the podium. I think there's a lot of people that have an older mentality and don't think women belong in motorsport. And that's one thing I'd like to prove a lot of people wrong. It's you in the car and it's your ambition and your drive to win. As soon as that helmet goes on, that's it. I'm Brooke Newson. I'm a sprint car and outlaw car driver.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannons are giving you the chance to win a USA Supercars Drive experience at the Circuit of the Americas and Las Vegas racetracks. Drive a Ferrari, Lamborghini and Porsche. Visit Dallas, Austin, Las Vegas and LA. The trip for two includes airfares, luxury accommodation and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannons Club members. Plus, win a new Indian Motorcycle Sport Chief. To enter, take out new Shannons insurance on your special car, daily drive, bike or home. Go online or call Shannons on 134646.
Not slow.
Not difficult.
Not just ticking boxes.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. Aeroflow Performance provides a wide range of high-quality performance products for racers, street machines and hot rodders. From fittings, fuel system components, intake solutions and even turbocharger systems, you can see it all at aeroflowperformance.com.
I've chosen to use VP racing fuel since I was a teenager racing motocross, which was 21 years ago now. I just have a really personal trust with VP racing fuels.
Running on the ragged edge of blowing up and not, a lot of it has to do with the race fuel, and that's what we rely on, VP racing fuels.
VP has been making racing fuel for 43 years. They're the official fuel of multiple top series globally. No matter where we are in the world, no matter what fuel we need, it's always consistent, it's always perfect, and exactly what we're expecting and our tuners expecting. They support myself, my Drift Alliance bros, and for that, I'm extremely thankful. Keep making amazing fuels, and we'll keep out there having fun.
Are you a motoring enthusiast? Shannon's are giving you the chance to win a USA Supercars drive experience at the Circuit of the Americas and Las Vegas racetracks. Drive a Ferrari, Lamborghini and Porsche. Visit Dallas, Austin, Las Vegas and LA. The trip for two includes airfares, luxury accommodation and $10,000 spending money for eligible Shannon's Club members. Plus, win a new Indian Motorcycle Sport Chief. To enter, take out new Shannon's insurance on your special car, daily drive, bike or home. Go online or call Shannon's on 134646.
BikeReview.com.au is Australia's leading website for performance and modified motorcycles. BikeReview.com.au is the only motorcycle-focused website to feature motorcycle drag racing on a regular basis. And in the words of editor Jeff Ware, our involvement with Sydney Dragway is our way of putting back into one of our favourite sports. BikeReview.com.au. Stay informed, up to date and entertained thanks to Para News. Para News is Parramatta and the Cumberland area's leading free and local newspaper, delivering the best content from on-the-ground journalists and providing businesses with direct access to potential customers. News, sport, entertainment, puzzles and so much more. Para News really is the heartbeat of Parramatta and Cumberland, and it's out every Tuesday. Get your free copy at selected locations in the area or check out paranews.com.au.
Bank said no to your home loan? Talk to us.
Not a bank.
Talk to Australia's real-life non-bank for home loans, car loans, personal loans. Pepper Money, the home of loan options.
Whether you're building a street machine or a race car, Aeroflow Performance has a solution for you. Our ever-increasing range features boosted turbocharger systems, Bosch Motorsport products, X-Pro electrical systems, hoses and fittings, bang shift shifters, differential parts and fabrication components. You can see it all on aeroflowperformance.com.
Drag racing is not just about the horsepower. There is also some cool science at play right here on the racetrack. These drag strips aren't just regular concrete. We treat it with a special kind of glue often referred to as traction compound. I used to twist my cord. This is designed to ramp up the traction of the track's surface. It's getting worse by the minute for us racers to go straight and fast. In drag racing, every millisecond counts. That's why the teams adjust the car's setup to suit the track conditions. Teams can assess the traction on the track by using this interesting device called a traction meter gauge. The bottom of the device has a rubber pad that mimics a racing slick. To measure the track's grip value, the user stands on the base, ensuring the rubber pad bonds with the racing surface. Turning the torque arm on the top of the device will rotate the rubber pad. When the bond breaks, the user will see a number on the dial. Teams can then use this number to help create baselines for grip within their respective setup.
No worries.
Okay, looks like we might have a little bit of fluid leaking out of the Falcon. Just reversing it out. Subaru out and gone. Very close to the centre line. 15.2, 93 miles an hour.
So, guys, of course, we got rained out last week, which is a bit of a shame, but just want to send out a big belated happy birthday to DJ Prowse, who's always in the house on YouTube. Happy birthday, belated birthday, buddy. Sorry you missed it last week, but unfortunately the weather gods didn't play nice. But look, one of our regulars that tunes in at just about every event that we run here at Sydney Dragway. So, mate, I hope you're having a fantastic night. I hope you are enjoying all the action. Now, on another note, guys, I just been down having a chat with the Burnout guys, as you do. And look, they're pretty pumped. They're ready to let loose on the pad. There's some very tough cars out the back. So I'll tell you what, guys, still got time before the burnouts. So if you are watching via YouTube or you're here in Sydney, you're near the track, you don't want to miss the burnouts tonight, guys. We've got 2 or 3 very tough pro cars here tonight to let loose. So make sure you're here for that. That's the burnout's coming up a little bit later on this evening. And if you're watching via YouTube, particularly from America, obviously we've got a few cars over there at the moment that are putting on a show and showing the Americans, you know, just how burnouts are actually done. So keep your eyes glued to the screen. If you're watching via Facebook, guys, you don't want to miss it either. But we've still got some great cars here racing tonight here at Aeroflow Race for Real. One of them I know is a bit of a favourite here of Mark. It's the JB Truck Repairs, Chubby's Garage, and Maxim Mobile Detailing and Shine V8 Commodore. Mate, this thing is nice. Now, we talk about old school cars, and you know, I guess it comes down to the individual owner and how they want to build it. Well, they want to build it to make it look more modern and tough, maybe put a little bit of a half cage in it or a bolting cage. But, you know, some people just like to keep it looking stock, put a set of wheels on it and go for a run. And that's exactly what this driver has done. The inside of it still looks like it left the Holden factory.
Well, the BMW over in the rocket lane up against the Falcon.
Yeah, the Falcon getting all crossed up at the end of the burnout there as it came out of the water. Needing a little bit of evasive action to stay in the middle of the racetrack. Let's see what that BMW can do. I think he went 135 odd mile an hour on his last pass. Slow away from the 60 foot this time. Wonder how many hard launches you can do on the transmission before it says, I'm too hot, I'm not playing this game anymore.
Yeah.
Still 11.21 with a 134 mile an hour at the top end.
Wow. We've got the XB Falcon down in the rocket lane. Up against the Cortina.
Falcon sound like it's got the 6-cylinder on board. Definitely not the pre-cross flow that would have been in it when from the factory. Cortina away with a 15860. And the Falcon loose. 1088 with a 123 for the Cortina. Here comes the Falcon.
11.3, 127 miles an hour. Well, you got the Mustang down in the Aeroflow lane, up against the VH Commodore in the Rocket lane. $11.1, 123 miles an hour to a 14.1. XW Falcon down in the Aeroflow lane, up against the VF Commodore. Well, Commodore got out of there, 1.560 foot. On a good pass. 10.2, 136 miles an hour to an 11.7, 120 miles an hour. So definitely got their act together on that Commodore.
Well, speaking about Commodores, Dominic Peroni is back out in his VF GTS. Of course, he's one of our Real Street license holders in this car, which means that he can run a little bit quicker in that car. You can run down into the 9s because it does have four-wheel disc brakes, airbags, and all the good gear on it.
It's also got one of those belt-driven things on it as well.
Yes, it does have the supercharger on it.
Makes that nice whistle sound. So whistling sound of power.
Speaking about nice whistling sounds, I've got to say that yellow Harley that was down there, I think it's got a turbo hang on the side of it. Yeah, that thing sounds fat from downstairs, I can tell you.
Yeah.
You know, it's a bit of a shame I can't leave the microphone on down there, but there's a reason why I can't, because it's not good. Doesn't sound professional at all. But no, I did mention earlier, boys, about Easy 10's performance. Now, years ago when I first started here at the track, Easy 10's used to be based up around, I think it was St. Mary's or Mount Druitt,
yep.
Easy 10's performance.
Yep.
And look, they used to have a few tough street cars, a few tough burnout cars back in the day as well, but I haven't seen them around, so I don't know whether that business is still going. If you know, let us know via YouTube or Facebook. But
Casey Leonard worked for him. Casey in the
that's right.
Was it the EK? No, he's FB.
FB.
Yeah,
yes.
the creamy coloured FB. He worked for him for a while.
Okay. What's Gus Man up to? The belt-driven thing, Eldinator.
Wrong belt.
Wrong belt, Gus Man.
This one's a little bit wider and has a few teeth on it.
Look, Gus Man, we all know that black belts rule. I mean, you know, some people might disagree, but yeah. Now, I was just talking with the Bushman, and of course we had the Winter Nationals was on. The Gulf Western Oil Winter Nationals was on up at Willowbank. And I was just saying to Steve, for those people that watched it, and a lot of the media side of it that came out, Mark, the talk of the town for me in Group 1 was not Top Fuel. It wasn't Slammer. It wasn't. The talk of the town was Gary Phillips back in an altered and doing awesome wheel stands and still running some very, very quick times. Yep. You know, they've been around for a little while. Of course, we all know what happened here in Sydney, and it was very unfortunate. But look, to see them come out in an altered, it's great for the sport because we know what they can do in the funny car, and it won't take them long to get on top of this altered and see if they can beat Justin Walsh's record and see if they can become the fastest alcohol-powered altered in the country. As Steve gets the photo up.
That's about half track. Unfortunately, I can't share it to our viewers or on the live stream, but I saw this post on Facebook earlier following the Winter Nationals, and it's He's about half track, and the front wheels are
Look at the angle of them.
500 mil, or they're half a metre off the ground, and the wheels are definitely not pointing straight. They're pointing probably in the direction that Gary would like to go, which is towards the centre line. But yeah, probably lucky when they came down that he's pretty experienced driver. Obviously, the wing on the back creating a lot more downforce than the little wing on the front. But every pass it was pretty much carrying the front wheels fairly high in the air and not putting them down for quite some time.
That's the thing with an altered, innit? Like, they're not big wheelbase and wow.
Well, DJ Prowse has just put through, boys, that apparently Easy 10s is still going. Apparently Mark the owner has a blown 80 series Land Cruiser.
Yep.
And takes it out Power Cruiser. Well, that's a little bit different.
Something a little bit different? I saw a Land Cruiser attempting a burnout on social media on the weekend, and it just was spinning through the clutch. It wasn't spinning the rear wheels. And then all of a sudden the clutch decided that it didn't want to be part of the drivetrain anymore and came flying out the side and took out a plastic barrier only a few metres from some certain onlookers. I would have been buying a lotto ticket, I reckon.
Yeah, indeed. Because the amount of damage that those things do when they do come out, like you start looking for bell housings, gearboxes, and floor pans, and
Now, unfortunately, the driver, the rider of this Harley, last time he went out, boys, he was just trying to spool it up a little bit and just mark the start up. But I'll tell you what, it's a hairy rider on that thing. You watch it from the start line to about 80 foot of the racetrack out.
Yeah.
And it's like when he goes to click the next gear mark, it's just squirreling around. I mean, he's only running a street tyre. He's not running a full race-style tyre on it. Same thing again. Although a little bit before 60 this time.
Yeah, we ran into the 9s on his last pass, I
Yes.
think it was, Stu.
yeah, seen a 998 out of it.
998, yeah, so that one a little bit slower there. 1021 with a 6, 142 miles an hour. And a bike rider in the Aeroflow lane runs on through for 12.06 at 111 mile an hour through the finish line. Next up, the Hyundai taking on the Falcon in the Rocket lane. Shots out the exhaust of the Hyundai. I don't know if that's a two-step or whether he's just sitting on the, on the limiter. I think he's just sitting on the limiter.
Yeah, he's giving the limiter a hammer.
Yep. Mum, I'm returning your car. It's making a bit of a funny...
Well, I know that car had been sitting in the workshop for a fair while, and the amount of work that Tristan and the boys were doing on it.
Oh, you know this car?
Yeah, so that car is the Hyundai i20N, and it comes out cherry tuning. Tristan and the guys that do a lot of the KTM side of things up at Hornsby, they were doing a lot of work on that car. It does have a set of sports tyres on the front of it. Not so much your standard road tyre. It's more like a sport tyre. But look, the guys, that car's very much a street car, but I don't think it's happy. One thing too, I noticed after talking to Ernie Hudson a little bit earlier this evening, it's interesting when he said, I've changed the ignition, something in the ignition, and he thought he'd fixed it, tried to put it back to where it was, and it's still backfiring, carrying on.
Yep.
It's probably not a bad thing that he probably is not back racing, because I think it was going to get to the point where if he kept going, I'd say it would have a bigger nitrous backfire out of it and possibly do even more damage. So, but that's why the guys at that level are bringing the cars out, do some testing, and try and get on top of these gremlins.
Yeah, I don't think he'd always run nitrous, though. I think that's a fairly relatively new addition to chasing horsepower. I realise he's had it for a while, but he hasn't not racing that regularly with it.
Yeah, he's had a problem for a fair while too. Yeah, so and I think it's originally it was a new combination in it.
Yes,
because he blew up and he's took it off the track for a while and done a big rebuild on it. So yeah, you're right, Steve. It is like those types of things, and what Steve was saying too. Like you're chasing them all the time, and
I think the strange part on that side of things, though, Mark, is that last time we brought it out, it was backfiring carrying on from about half track. Now it seems to be happening off the start line.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was a more top end. You could sort of see the flame shooting underneath as getting close to crossing the line.
I'm wondering if he's getting something as simple as a crossfire and a lead or something like that. But anyway, I hope that he finds it without causing too much damage, because we all know that nitrous is a little bit of a...
It is.
It does have a nasty side.
Yep. Yeah, you can produce plenty of horsepower, but you can produce some damage on it too.
Well, I mean, it's not the kindest on an engine, even at the best of times. Like the compressed bearings and all that sort of stuff.
Yep.
And obviously, if it's backfiring like that, it's not going to do that sort of componentry any favours by doing it. It's not as cruel as the nitro fuel.
No. But I have seen some guys, like have nitrous backfires and it's blown the top end of the motor and, like blown blokes on the backside.
Yes.
It can go off like a bomb.
We've got this car down the Aeroflow lane, though, getting very, very close to the centre line at 10.40. But, that was not a very clean run. We always get a little bit anxious when they start drifting towards that centre line in the cars here at Aeroflow Race for Real, or drag racing in general, but particularly this evening. But, thankfully he got through that all right. Just want to say too, guys, on the weekend, Steve, a lot of the, as I mentioned, a lot of the media talk was about Gary Phillips with the Altered. But the other guy that I was very impressed with on the weekend was Damien Muscat in Pro Bike, running a 6.004 on that bike, the ex-Sam Wills machine that's run 588 in the States. So they're starting to get a handle on that bike now.
Yeah, he did some really good runs in the winter warm-up, which was the event they held just before the Winter Nationals, but didn't get down the track in the sort of fashion that he would have liked to. I don't think actually completed a full run that I remember seeing. And on the last pass, the second last pass, they damaged all sorts of stuff. Apparently had 3 engines sitting in the trailer, and they sort of Bexfield and borrowed off them to piece one together, and didn't do a burnout or anything. I think it was only running on about 2 cylinders, judging by the amount of fuel it was hosing out of the other 2. And had no intention of doing the run. They just started it up at the last minute and rolled into stage, thinking... Nearly paid off for them, though, because the rider that they were racing nearly crossed the centre line on his solo.
Oh, wow.
As you know, those bikes have a mind of their own and go in the direction they're pointed, and sometimes it doesn't matter how much the rider tries to manhandle them left or right. They go, no, I'm going here, and you just sit there and hang on, I'm going over here.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
so the gamble nearly paid off.
Oh, it did, and I think too, we're talking about what Matho did here in Sydney to run the first 5, but you look at what Damien's done with that bike since he's bought it, and the amount of work that they put in behind the scenes to run it. Look, it's only a matter of time before that's going to be the next 5-second bike. The question is, though, how far into the 5s?
Well, I think that will come down to where Damien feels comfortable. I mean, we saw that with Chris, and I mean, I think he'll admit, although that he wanted the 5, it took a long time for him to get the pass where he was actually happy to stay open on the throttle. I mean, you've got to remember these bikes are doing 240 mile an hour.
Yeah.
I'd be thinking twice about it too, just me. But I mean, you know, to have that thought process to get on one of these things in the first place, you can't be scared of it, you know.
No,
you know, I think for Chris, you know, he was very close to probably 5 years or thereabouts, it seems, before he actually ran the 5. We saw Jay Upton 25 years ago run 640s.
Yes.
And he didn't seem, in my memory, get much closer than that. And that 640 was a handful of on and off the throttle.
Yeah.
You know, it was far from a clean pass. It was just that the bike was making bulk power that when the throttle was open, you know, it was able to make a big difference.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think yeah, Top Fuel Motorcycle is definitely on a bit of a resurgence. I'm sure Benny Stevens won't mind me saying, I don't know if you saw on the stream, he took out a couple of timing cones with his you know, he's an amputee, right? So he's only got one leg. I think the one leg from the knee down is missing from a quad accident, I believe it was. When he hit the cone, he hit it with his foot, and of course it was the fake fake leg foot. So it's come out and was laying in the middle of the track. So I don't mean to laugh. I think you know, it was a little bit discerning for Benny, obviously having to keep his balance and everything there. But the official promptly picked it up and delivered it down to him on the motorcycle. But yeah, he was very businessman-like on over the weekend, because obviously the championship is what he was chasing. He, you know, typically known for doing one-handed burnouts and you know, carrying the front wheel from start line to finish line. But that wasn't him this weekend. And yeah, did pretty well. His teammate Chris Deering, I think, took out the win in top bike. Poor old Chad got thrown around like a rag doll at the top end of the racetrack, but I'm sure that's not the first or last time that'll happen.
No, I don't think it will either. But, you know, John Zara was out there doing more testing than anything on his bike, because he's got the new cylinder head that they've designed new, and really just getting some data on the bike. But as Steve said, you know, it has made a resurgence, and I think next season we're going to see a very, very close championship, which is, it's great for us as commentators, but most of all, it's fantastic for the spectators as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think that these, you know, machines are very, very highly strung, and a lot of the stuff that they're doing, especially in top bike, is unproven. I don't think there's two bikes in that field that are the same.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, there's probably not two top field dragsters that are the same, but I'm pretty sure that you could nearly grab data from one car and vaguely put it into the other, and you'd get a run. Do you know what I mean? Like where this. The top fuel motorcycles, that seem to be that different in all the different combinations that the riders are using, that there's nothing proven, I guess you could say. So they're all on their own path to finding an issue, you know, solving it. I think that's the biggest thing for Muscat, is that they found a problem, and that's proven to be a big issue for them to overcome. And then since finding the problem, they're making a whole lot more horsepower, and it's a lot more reliable. You know, that said, there's still the supercharger and the nitro fuel, two very different beasts to tame when you need it to come together.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's probably a lot like Sainty in the early
100%.
times.
Yeah. He's forging his own path, mate. You know, so he can't say to one of his competitors, "Oh, I'm thinking of doing this," and the competitor say, "Oh yeah, I think that's a good move." The only way you find out is try it and see. You know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that's a good thing about where we are in Australia.
Yes.
That so much of this stuff is happening, and it's been homegrown.
Yes.
Yeah, and you're 100% right. And, you know, as much as it pains me to say it, Mark and Steve, but, you know, when Terry ran the first three in the dragster that day, or that event, you know, how much more potential was there for that car? Because, you know, they took them a long time to get there, but they got there.
Yes.
And, you know, it's just a shame that Terry, you know, stopped racing for whatever reason. But, you know, a homegrown motor, and to be honest, the Sainty name is still around drag racing. It's just not in top fuel. It's now Supercharged Outlaws.
Well,
pro
they
alcohol.
still the winner of the championship still takes home a Stan Saney Memorial Cup as well too. So that's an inaugural trophy, something that Terry designed in memory of his father, and they present that to the winner of the championship. So definitely that on Aussie ingenuity will live on, and Saney Engineering had a lot to do with many of the top fuel cars, whether they used their engine or not. They machined their own diff centers and stuff like that that were used by a number of different competitors, and of course completed repairs on many engines, and made manifolds and pulleys and all sorts of stuff to try and keep these cars on the racetrack. I just kind of feel that in the current environment that power plant, as good as it is, just I guess the limitations or the budget wasn't there to develop it further. To the point that your more traditional engines, you can ring a number of companies and say, I want that, and that, and I know that if I put that together with a tuner, I'm going to be able to run 385, for example. Where the Saney power plant didn't have that option. Everything is slightly different. The fuel curve's different. The fuel delivery's different. And they weren't necessarily running the same injector setups that other people were using either. So, all of that's a bit of a guessing game as well. But I guess if we all just followed the fastest car, then we wouldn't improve, would we?
No, not at all.
No.
Yep.
No, you're 100% right.
You're not breaking out of that little circle.
Well, I mean, prior to the 3-valve engine, they ran a quad cam motor, and I think the best I ever saw that run was the last meeting that Terry did with it, and that's because they didn't really didn't really care whether they blew it up. And it seemed to work really well. I think they ran like a 550, which for them was really good in that car. The engine worked really good on methanol in a boat, but not so good in a dragster. And necessity through maintenance led to the 3-valve engine, because to do the tappets and everything on the quad cam motor properly was a full day's work, and obviously you don't have that time in a top fuel dragster. You're flat out keeping the parts in it, then worrying about doing the finite adjustments and that. So the necessity came about for the billet motor, and that's been proven in boat racing again. That it's still a good power plant. It's just that you put that yellow fuel in it, and it becomes a different animal.
Yes.
Well, it's good to see a few different workshops out here tonight as well. I know it's a bit of a quiet night for Aeroflow Race for Real, but hey, look, it's good. We've got Elite Auto House out here, Easy Cans. There's a lot of other people that are here from different workshops, so it just goes to show, guys, if you want to get your brand out there, if you own a business, bring the car out or bike, bring it out here to Sydney Dragway for Aeroflow Race for Real, and let us know a bit about it.
Certainly don't be scared to approach Stu if you see him walking around. He'll more than happy to give you a little bit of a chat and give you a bit of free advertising.
Well, not just me, it's you guys as well. I mean, we're all a team here. It's not just one person.
Yeah, but you're the one outside, so that's what I'm saying. So,
even if I am wearing a red mullet, I won't repeat what our meeting director said to me a little bit earlier, but I might bring the mullet back out for the burnouts. We'll see. We'll see.
Well, just remind him that he had a pretty interesting Halloween costume one year. Frightened me a little bit too.
Yes, it frightened me as well.
You just can't unsee those types of things.
Correct.
Actually, my cousin Matt, who's got a V6 Commodore, he has been doing burnouts up at Curry, and he sent me a message the other day and said, you should come up for a skid. I said, yeah, I would. And, wearing that mullet, I kind of felt like I was up there rather than being here in Sydney. I just felt right at home.
Have you got a singlet?
I felt like somebody from the Central Coast. So if there's anybody watching via Facebook or YouTube from the Central Coast, but
that has red hair and a mullet.
Red hair and a mullet. Yep.
You just offended a whole heap of people.
No, that's all right. I'm accustomed to offending people in a good way, not in a bad way. I am a nice person. Now, what's happening on Facebook? I'm having a look here. So we got Gus Man, who's on fire at the moment. I don't know whether he's sitting back with a couple of cans and watching the screen. But good to see the Gus Man. Who else is on? We've got Panel Van Man. G'day, mate. What's happening? Because a lot of our regulars that tune in every event here at Sydney Dragway, and they watch religiously. They love to see what's going on here in Sydney, particularly people from around the world, like people from outside of Australia. It's always good to have people check in because, you know, they get to hear a little bit of Australiana terms and get to see what we do down here and, you know.
Yeah, well, it's just like when we watch a stream from overseas too.
Well,
You know,
that's
you
right.
see how they do it. You see a different range of cars. I mean, okay, tonight is a street-based racing.
Yep.
You know, so you learn a little bit about, you know, the type of cars that run around, you know, Australian roads. There's cars here that you don't see anywhere else in the world, especially obviously the locally produced vehicles.
DJ Prowse, because DJ Prowse is in the house, and we've got RC. G'day, RC. Actually, DJ Prowse, while you're watching this, I'll tell you what, mate, I've got to come up. So I was up the Central Coast last week. I happened to be at a particular workshop involved with burnouts. I was up there and having a chat. But, look, I've got to make a trip up to Newcastle, mate. I've got to come up and see you, and we'll catch up, whether it be for coffee or adult drinks. Got to catch up and say g'day. And talk music and cars, as we tend to do. But, yeah, I like getting out to different areas. But I like going to different workshops as well. It's always good to see what people are up to. And, you know, whether it be somebody that's there just, you know, doing work on their own car, as happened last Thursday. One tonner getting ready for burnouts. The guy was up there doing a little bit of work on his one tonner. Had a blown combination in it. It's always good to hear what people's plans are, not just with their car, but if they've got an event coming up, you know, whether it be burnouts or a street car, you know, find
so
out.
you get the lowdown before it happens. Yeah.
Exactly. And, you know, us as commentators, and particularly doing this style of event, like Aeroflow Race for Real, all three of us like going to car shows. We like seeing what people have got. They may not come out here all the time, but they're out there with their pride and joy, and it's always good to talk to people and learn about the cars. I mean, I know when I go to St Ives, you know, there's guys that are in their 70s, and they take a lot of their older cars out there, and they're great to talk to because they're happy to talk about their car, and you learn about the car as well. I mean, there's some guys that take Triumphs out there. I know nothing about Triumph cars, but you talk to them and
walk around
you
there for a
learn
few hours and you do, you know.
Well, that's exactly right. Yep. What did I say? Well, yeah. I mean, I could say it with a South African accent, but that... I worked in St Ives for a number of years, and I almost was able to speak Dutch South African when I left. So, you know... Sorry, Michael Riches, if you're watching the live stream. Because Michael Rich is one of our well-known motorcycle racers and also a track official. Great guy.
Big burnout from the Falcon Ute down there in the Aeroflow lane. Now, I think I did see a set of B-locked radials on this car.
Yeah, it certainly does. It does have it on this car, and I've actually these guys have been becoming regulars here at Sydney Dragway too in this car.
1.9 to the 60, 10.97 with a 131 miles an hour. We did see it a quicker pass a little bit earlier on.
Now, JZ Racing just put on the live stream, Joe Zullo is 75 and he still runs his front engine dragster. How cool is that?
Yeah, he was up at the winners. I think he had some issues on the start line on one of the runs and unfortunately had to be pushed back. Another quick pass from the Subaru in the Aeroflow lane. 12.43 with a 110 mile an hour.
Panel Van Man asking if I go to Speedweek at Lake Gardner. No, I haven't, but that is one event that is on my bucket list, though, Panel Van Man. Always interested in other forms of motorsport, not just drag racing and burnouts. I have a keen interest in all forms of motorsport.
You're just a petrol head.
I am a petrol head, yes. I was a petrol head from way back. Actually, didn't Rochelle Splatt do that one year? Lake Gardner?
I don't know. I saw Rochelle Splatt walking around in the Winners' Medals. Yeah, I think the Lake Gardner event has a lot to do with the weather too, because obviously the rain, you know, if it's too wet, they don't do it. Subaru taking on the Falcon. The Subaru in front at half track, but I think the Falcon's going to get around by the 1,000. And a 12.04 with an 110 mile an hour. Gets there by a 10th to a 12.80 for the Subaru. Another strong burnout for the Commodore in the rocket lane here, Mark.
Yep. You actually seen that Falcon was just passing the other car and he's just dabbing the brakes, just pedaling them in. It's a good, strong VH Commodore, this one. Nice, strong top end. 122 miles an hour.
Yeah, I think the ET came from the 60 foot there. There was over a 10th difference to the 60 foot there for the Commodore. Mustang taking on the Mercedes in the Aeroflow lane. And the all-wheel drive Mercedes monstering the Mustang. And a 12.13, 113 mile an hour for the Merc. To a 15.4 at 105 for the Falcon.
Well, the
for the Mustang, beg your pardon.
XW and the XB Falcon. We've had so many Fords tonight. It's a great night.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good mix.
Yeah.
The XB moving over to the Aeroflow lane.
I'm getting dared by a mate to wear that wig while I'm working at Magpies. I don't think my head chef would be too impressed if I wore a mullet while I'm working around. Yeah, it probably would melt over the stove, and yeah, that probably wouldn't go down too well.
Sounds like Cortina.
Yes.
No.
No.
Hang on. No, what's the Commodore? Okay.
It did sound like that Cortina.
It did, didn't it? Yeah. Little cube, high revving.
One 7 to the 60. 92 mile an hour at half track. And 11.82 with a 4. 114 in the Aeroflow lane for the VL. And the Aeroflow lane will take it 9.86 with a 6. 148 mile an hour through the finish line.
And 10-0 for the rocket lane.
I'll tell you what, these little street triples down here, all right, they may not be the quickest bikes, but all these riders, when I've spoken to them down in the staging lanes, they're all smiling, they're all joking around, they're loving it. They are loving tonight.
Yep.
And look, there's no egos, they're just out there to have fun tonight. But it's good that they're all on the same style of bike, because obviously gives them a bit of an idea on, okay, why is that guy quicker than me? What's he doing different than I am? A lot of that could be down to rider weight. But you know what? They're having fun. That's the main thing. 12.05 with the 711.78. As this big turboed Harley comes out.
It's not normally a sentence you put together, though, is it? Turbo and Harley?
No, normally you put Supercharger and Harley together.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
There's a guy in performance bike, Edge Malice, running that Kawasaki, what do they call it, X2 or whatever it was. He was a second under his index. No time recorded this run.
Yeah. Let's just break that bean that a little bit too early.
It would appear so. Another strong burnout from the Hyundai in the Rocket Lane. Just been scared to give those front tyres a bit of a workout tonight.
Yeah.
Panel Van Man's asking, what's with the lights on that bike? The Christmas lights. That's what Ben's saying, Panel Van Man. They're like Christmas lights. Oh, you said, the Christmas lights. Oh, right. Well, you know, if you're going to go down the drag strip, you may as well do it in style. I don't know. I mean, what's wrong with that, Mark? What's wrong with that? I mean, we had RHM out here the other week, that black GTR.
He did, yes.
Had neons underneath.
It did. The Audi in the Rocket Lane away nicely once again. 1.8 to the 60. Subaru off in hot pursuit.
Now, I know he likes to sit in the background sometimes, but I know that Galvo now and again likes to tune in to the live stream. I've got to go up and see Galvo. That's one thing I need to do, Mark, is get up to his area and say g'day and have a coffee and catch up with him. I'll tell him that we're behaving ourselves.
Yeah.
Has you sold that Mustang yet?
Nah.
Oh. Yeah, right.
Not that I know of. I haven't spoken to him for a while, so...
Because I know there was a post the other day, some guy said he bought a Mustang, and Paul went, I could have sold you that. But the guy went, oh, damn, I missed out.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, didn't, just wouldn't move, couldn't get rid of it.
Yeah, right. Because it'd be a good buy, that car.
Yeah. Yeah, if you
With
want
the
a Mustang.
with the right owner.
Yeah.
This small Subaru in the Rocket Lane has had plenty of runs here tonight.
Yes, I think everyone has. Yeah.
.2 seconds to the 60 foot.
It's got something rattling underneath it. You can hear the gear change and it just gives a rattle and then it keeps accelerating.
Whatever the exhaust.
It sounds like it.
Brook engine mount or something.
Yeah. Sounds like probably what's left of the catalytic converter.
Yeah. Well, it has been puffing a fair bit of smoke on the, or like soot, I guess you could say, like a dark exhaust smoke.
Yeah.
It's becoming a free-flowing catalytic converter. That's what it's doing. Although we're not sweeping any of it off the racetrack, so.
No.
1069 with a 131 mile an hour for that Falcon Ute.
And 13.9, 108 for the Rocket Lane. Subaru against Falcon.
And 11.74 with a 3 at 123 mile an hour in the rocket lane to an 11.73 with an 8 in the Aeroflow.
Twelve one, 114 miles an hour to a 12.9 at 117 miles an hour.
All right, the Merc SUV moving over to the rocket lane this time around. 1 second flat on the reaction time for the Mercedes. The Aeroflow lane will take this one out for sure. 11.43 with a 123 mile an hour through the finish line to a 12.24 with an 8 at 113.
Mustang up against the VF Commodore.
Commodore will take it 13.47 with a 7 at 106.
And 13.9 at 108 miles an hour. The XW Falcon up against the VH Commodore.
Let's see if the VH can reel off another 11.20. Just a fraction wheel spin out of the Commodore in the rocket lane that time around. 164 to the 60 foot. And 11.09 with a 6 there. 123 mile an hour for him. To an 11.68 with a 7 in the Aeroflow. Commodore getting pretty close to wanting to turn hard left into that wall. I dare say if he would have stayed in it too much longer, that's what would have happened. Still runs on through for a 13.1. Yeah. Only 83 mile an hour.
Definitely done the right thing and just got out at the right time.
Yep. Our Falcon in the rocket lane, 11.78 with a 3, 92 mile an hour through the finish line. (991) to a 9.8.
11.9 to a 12.7. Eleven eight, 119 miles an hour. Oh, Harley just getting out of shape. Ten seven, 139 miles an hour to a 15.3 at 83 miles an hour. Well, for 111 miles an hour for the rocket lane to a 13.6, 104 miles an hour. WRX up against the EL Falcon.
All right, Steve and Mark, I've got a little bit of news for you.
How's that, mate?
Well, we all know the name ProFlow Performance. Of course, those guys have been around the car scene for a very long time. And Steve, we also know the Davies Racing name as well.
Yes.
Well, Brody is here tonight. Brody's actually going to put his Holden on the burnout pad tonight. And there's another tough Commodore behind him with a big supercharger hanging out of the bonnet that'll be hitting the pad as well. So if you not here for the burnouts, guys, you are going to miss a good night. It is going to be huge. We've got about 3 or 4 pro burnout cars here tonight, and for those people that are here in the crowd, you guys are going to love it. I'm bringing the mullet back out tonight. That is definitely happening. Not only to keep my head warm, but hey, it's a bit of a celebration tonight. 3 cars out the back, boys, all from work done to them by ProFlow Performance.
Well, I'm a little bit surprised to hear Brody putting that car on the skid pan here at Sydney Dragway. That is a very nice street car that and very quick car, that one as well. But obviously wanting to try something a little bit different and burn some tyres up. Of course, it won't be too far away till we see him behind the wheel of something with a lot more horsepower.
Yep.
Subaru's doing battle. A little wander at the 330 for the car in the rocket lane. And an 11.32 with a 7 at 133 mile an hour.
Wow. And 12.1, 120 miles an hour.
Oh dear, I've just been asked to wear my mullet, boys, to the TAV at Eastern Creek.
Do it.
that could be interesting. Anyway, you know, the things you do for a laugh. Thank you, Benjamin, for the wig, by the way, mate. That was very kind.
10.6, 131 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane to a 13.9.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think that's. You know what, boys? I'm gonna go out on a limb. That's one of the nicest things Benji's ever done for me. Is a little bit of a joke, because we do have a bit of fun here at Sydney Dragway. We do have to be serious, but Wednesday nights it is about fun. Obviously, when it's championship drag racing, we've got to be a little bit more serious, but we can let our hair down, literally, and have a little bit of fun. But boys, I'm keen for the burnouts, to the point, you boys going to come out of the commentary box and get some methanol up your nose?
Too cold.
Is that a yes from you, Steve?
Steve said yes.
I know Mark doesn't mind a little bit of tyre smoke and some methanol.
I got my fix on the weekend, Stu. It's mixed with a bit of nitro.
Now, our IHRA official that's down here tonight, young William, I must say, my friend, I meant to mention earlier, looking very splendid in that hoodie of yours. I like what it says on the back. Meth is for burnouts, not humans. That is so true too. I love it. It's great to see an IHRA official. I mean that nicely, but of course we'll been around the scene for a fair while now. You should wear that around Hornsby, that shirt. People would have no idea what you're talking about. You know, imagine that. Walk into the Hornsby Railway Hotel, they'd be like, what's that meant to mean?
Doing burnouts on meth, they think.
Well, that's true too. Yeah, yeah. See, up my way, boys, they're not overly car orientated like they are out this way. So you kind of got to educate people up my way.
Well, it's just a different type of car, Stu. That's all.
So, boys, got a little bit of oil on the corner. That's why the reds are flashing. So just while we're checking that out, I can see the grandstand is, you know, there's people starting to migrate into Burnout Central. Did any of you guys in the crowd go to Burnouts on the weekend? No? Okay. Unfortunately, you know, that's an event that I would have liked to have attended, but work comes first. But look, I think, boys, we were so lucky to have the big crowd that we did and the calibre of burnouts that we had as well here at Sydney Dragway. It was a fantastic event. And look, at a big thank you must go to all the hard work that Mick Brusher, Linda and Gemma put into getting the event up and running, and the amount of media presence they put in to get it going. Obviously Gemma was doing a lot of funny videos on Facebook to help promote it. And look, the Burnout, everybody came out in force. The Burnout family are in force. But hopefully we've got some of them here tonight, because you do not want to miss the Burnouts this evening. It is going to be huge. We've got about 3 pro cars out the back. It's going to be big, guys.
Do you know if those cars did a skid or skids over the weekend, Stu? Or not?
Well, some of the cars that are here tonight, unfortunately, didn't actually skid at Burnouts. So they're out here tonight to have a little bit of fun on the pad. But well, I did mention that, you know, Brodie Davis. Now, I just had a quick chat with Brodie too, boys, while I was out the back, and just asked him how the Mustang's coming along. Of course, we all know what happened with that car a couple of years ago, and it was disastrous, but on the plus side, I have been told, Steve and Mark, that the car is ready for paint. And I actually asked Brody whether, when they get the car together, what the plan is. And I asked him, I said, look, are you going to run the car in supercharged Outlaws just to get a bit of a feel for the car? And because obviously it's a big jump. The last race car he was in was his junior dragster. Obviously he's got this street car, which is quick, but it's a big jump to go from a junior to a 3,000 horsepower blown slammer. But he actually said to me, Steve, he goes, no, we're going to jump straight into slammer. So they're going to do a lot of testing. As you said, 60 foot, 330, 330, half track, and then make his way down the quarter mile. And he did say that they wanted to do it that way because he didn't want to pick up any bad habits. So say something you're in supercharged Outlaws, at least going straight into slammer, and they can get a feel. But it'll be great to see that the Davies Racing team will be back drag racing at some stage and back in one of the top classes.
Yeah, definitely, Stu. I mean, I think Brody's got a pretty good knowledge base behind him there, with Gareth running this style of car for quite some time, and his mum being a very natural behind the wheel. We've seen Michelle over the years do things in that Tirana and of course the Pro Slammer that to bring the car back into a controlled state from things that were pretty wild, big wheel stands, getting all sorts of crossed up, and still winning races in that Tirana, and then obviously stepping into Pro Slammer and finding their feet pretty quickly in that class, and getting some very good results, and then unfortunately had a pretty serious accident, which was through medical conditions, I guess you could say, or the risk of furthering injury. Michelle's decided to hang the helmet up, and Brody, after a couple of years off, deciding to take hold of the keys and give it a crack. Of course, the Mustang, one of the crowd favourites here for Sydney Dragway, and has a very strong supporter base, and it'll be good to see the car back in active competition. But in saying that, let Brody take his time to get used to it. Of course, there is no getting used to something like this without actually doing it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you got to have a lot of seat time, just to get your head around the way that reacts.
Well, I mean, every pass is different.
Yes.
Varying weather conditions when you're trying to get that much horsepower down to the track. We see that all the time in Slammer, is that things, people that you think are going to win every race, they don't.
Yep.
I mean, Brady's got the advantage on his side that he is still very young and has good reactions and can cut I'm sure will cut lights and as we saw on the weekend, a good reaction time in some cases will outrun horsepower. We saw John Zapier cut a fairly average reaction time even for him, and he's known not to cut the best of lights all the time, but he's been lucky that the cars run very, very strongly, and the horsepower that he's making has got him out of trouble. But that doesn't work when you come up against a car that also performs. So we saw Ronnie Palumbo cut a massive light on Zapier, and Zapier didn't get close to catching him. Yeah, and ultimately that was the championship there because Taylor ended up winning the event.
Yeah, so it'd be good to sit back and just watch, Brody's career, develop from here.
Yep.
He's got a lot of smart minds behind him, a lot of experience there. So yeah. Subaru
leading the way in the Aeroflow lane in this one. Getting there first with a 13.10 at 107 mile an hour through the finish line to a 14.89 with a 5 at 98 mile an hour.
.11.4, 122 miles an hour to a 13.6, 108 miles an hour for the Aeroflow lane. Mustang up against the VF Commodore. VF Commodore's been putting in some good passes so far. .10.45 at 135 miles an hour for the Commodore. And 20.0 at 104.
Looks like the Aeroflow lane out in front in this one, 9.78 with a 148 mile an hour. And a 12.61 with a 103 mile an hour for the Rocket lane there to take the win. So we're just running through the last of our competitors before the Burnout cars will be ushered down to the Burnout pad. Big wiggle and a wheel stand out of the Harley on that run. 1.9 to the 60, not helping the performance either of those things. 10.10 with a 141 mile an hour. I will pass on that. Thank you very much, Mark. He went from a wiggle in wheel spin, in talking up, and then lifting the front wheel.
Hey, Steve.
Yes.
I'm out the back here, and look, we all know our mate Little that comes out here. Of course, he drag races pretty much here all the time. I got the mullet on, mate. I look like a mini Little. It's great, you know. I think he rocks a mullet better than me, though.
Well, I'm not being rude here, but that's probably not that hard, my friend.
Hey, Matt, it's not as bad as your Halloween costume. Matt's just looking at me, shaking his head, Steve.
All I can say is I had to look twice. I caught it over my shoulder and startled look. Again, all in good fun.
It's one of those ones you just look away and keep walking.
Yeah, but some things can't be unseen, Mark. That's the problem. Now Subaru out for yet another blast down the quarter mile. And a 1486 at only 102. So probably one of the slowest runs for that car of the night.
Subaru just searching for gears. $17.1. $13.4, 107 miles an hour to a 15.2.
Kind of feel a little bit like Warwick Kappa with this thing on.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, guys.
Club Sport leaving the line nicely and results in a 10.32 with a 1:1:35 mile an hour through the finish line till 15.57 at only 87 mile an hour in the Aeroflow lane. On paper this should be a pretty good run, but I think our Aeroflow lane rider has had a much better reaction time. Keep that margin across the finish line. 9.88 with a 1:1:48 mile an hour to a 9.80. 169 to the 60 for the Harley, straight down the centre of the lane this time. 983 with a 5. 140 mile an hour through the finish line. I'd hazard a guess that that was our last vehicle down the drag strip here tonight. As there's nothing in the tunnel, and we've got our buggy just about to escort the burnout cars across the burnout pad. And we're about to get a whole lot more smoky here at Sydney Dragway. Just a reminder, we need all of our spectators behind the coloured seating there in the grandstand. I think most of you are pretty well practiced at that routine.
Jeez, I love the smell of methanol. I don't know about you boys, but I just love it. So as you can see, guys, we've got a fantastic field of burnout cars here this evening for Aeroflow Race for Real. Just remember, guys, if you are up in the crowd, guys, just please stay behind that little barrier that is in front there, the flags. It is for your safety. So please, by all means, guys, stand up, go crazy. But, yeah, just keep behind that, please. Otherwise, we will have to stop the skids. There's a few kids up in the crowd tonight. You guys ready for some burnout action? I know I am. Now, before anybody says anything, I've got to ask a huge, huge favour. Can you guys please not take a photo of me? Because I don't want Mick Brusher to see me with this on, please, because I will not live it down, okay?
You know that means that everyone up there is just taking a photo
they
of
know
you.
the drill. Not take a photo of the rocket when I'm doing something crazy. Even when I fell over the concrete barrier last year, you know. Your camera's all right. I'm talking about them because I know what they're all like. As I tell you, if Bryce Lucas gets a hold of this, whoever took the photo, I am going to private message you straight away and I will come and see you. All right? I promise I will come and see you.
Then what?
Well, Ben bought me the wig. Now, of course, I'm going to call myself Little Red for this burnout because we're about to get Big Red come out. I was Mini Little out the back. I guess you could say me Little Red now. But no, I look forward to the burnouts this evening. And as I mentioned, guys, it is great to have some of the guys from ProFlow Performance here tonight to have a crack on the burnout pad. How are you, Ben? Good to see you up in the deep end. Because my mate Ben, I've known him for years. One of our fireys. He's also been a big part of the ute scene for a long time. What do you reckon, mate? You reckon I'm rocking the mullet at a ute comp?
100%.
Yeah, I reckon I could do that. Does a fake mullet count, guys, at a burnout comp? Like for a mullet comp? No? Huh. I mean, I
Well,
could try, couldn't I?
You could certainly try.
I could try. Probably wouldn't go down too well, but it'd be a bit of a laugh.
I can't repeat what some of these people are saying in the stream right now.
Well, I'm so lucky that the people on the live screen can't actually see me standing next to the burnout pad with my red mullet wig on. So I know that panel van man is going to be. I'm going to be pretty safe from him, and RC and everybody.
They're the worst offenders, mate.
Oh, they are. They are the worst offenders. All right, guys, engine is fired. Let's get those fingers in the air. Just as I say that, it dies. Oh, no, he's right. Here we go, guys. Big Red. Tell you what, boys, those exhaust pipes were glowing red hot because Big Red, a little bit of help from INDEBT Motorsport, Maximum Shine Mobile Detailing, and of course Race Solutions Performance up at Penrith.
Nothing like the sound of a supercharger winding its way around and the smoke filling the air. Of course, only just being able to see out the window here of the commentary box, and of course out the back the staging lanes full of smoke.
Did try to get that car cranked over. It's a little bit unlucky there for Big Red, but hey, he's out there having a go now. I've been looking forward to seeing this car out on the burnout pad, INDEBT number 2. Now we all know what Lynchy can do, but I want to see what this can do. Short wheelbase, high horsepower, equals fun. Tell you what, Indebt 2, he came onto the pad, boys, and it was up on 3 wheels as he was trying to do the tip-in. And just sounds like the power's gone out on the car. But look, with these blown combinations, as we all know, they are unpredictable. When they want to work, they work well. But look, it's great to have the guys out here too, having a bit of fun on the burnout pad. Oh, we've got the Commodore Ute out here. It's got the alloy tech in it. I spoke to the driver a little bit earlier. He said, I'm hoping it holds together. So fingers crossed, everyone. Guys, let's give him some support. Let's see if he can get at least one tyre off. Unfortunately, not. But hey, look, you got out there and gave it a good red hot go. Give him a round of applause, guys. All right, guys. Well, I can see Headache sitting down there. So we're about to get one of our another pro car out. your hands together for HEDAKE. The Elite Diesel Performance Commodore, that sounded absolutely on song.
You're not wrong there, Stu. Plenty of RPM, and it stayed clean the whole way through those tyres. Nice drive job there.
All right, guys, we've got pumping coming out now from Aeroflow Performance. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for pumping. Beautiful looking VL. All right, guys, it's time for Brody Davies to come out now. This car normally gets drag raced, but tonight he's having a bit of fun on the burnout pad. Great stuff there from Brody Davies in the HR. Great to see Brody out here. We look forward to seeing the entire Davies racing team out probably next year, I'd guess, with the new door slammer. We look forward to seeing them back, but so good to have a whole heap of burnout cars. Next up, we've got another car from Pro Flow, guys. We've got the Commodore. Great stuff there from Rippin. Flames shooting out of the bonnet. That is heaps cool. Hey guys, just been told by our meeting director that Big Red will be coming out for a second skid. So we do have 2 more burnouts to come. Next up on the pad, we've got On the Sly, which is about to come out. That's Sydney Dragway. Let's get Jude up for On the Sly. We've still got Big Red to come out for his second skid. All right, 40 seconds. Can he get a tyre off? Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for On the Sly. All right, guys, we're just going to wait for Big Red to make his way out. We've been hurrying him up to get his tyres changed. So we will have one more burnout from one of our pro cars.
I tell you what, Stu, there was a number of times in that run there from On the Sly where he just looked like he missed the wall from up here.
Yeah, there wasn't much in it at all,
No.
Steve. And that comes down to knowing your vehicle and obviously car control. But I have a feeling that's a relatively new car. If it's, of course, he normally comes out with that green Commodore. But tonight he's got the one-tonner out there. So we're just waiting for Big Red to make his way through the tunnel. You want me to do the flick? Oh, not my earpiece, but that's all right. I'm going to be like, Ben, this is your fault. You do realise that. Everybody's taking pictures of me because they're not used to seeing me with hair. We're just waiting for Big Red. So, ladies and gentlemen, please be patient. We're just waiting for that car to make its way through so we can get the last burnout happening. What was that? I didn't even hear what you said. I had a hair strand in my ear hole. No, I'm just kidding. No. Deary me. Now I know how John Farnham felt back in the day when he used to be on stage with the mullet. And Rod Stewart, for that matter, as well. It gets everywhere in your eyes, in your mouth. And it's not a good thing.
I don't know if their hair was ever quite that long, Stu.
Well, I know that Warwick Kappa used to have, years ago, he used to have a pretty impressive mullet for an AFL player. But there was something about his mullet and those short shorts that just did not go together. I mean, that's a serious case of spatfur right there. If you've ever heard the 12th Man, you'll understand that reference. But on a more serious note, rather than talking about mullets, just want to say thank you to all our racers that have come out tonight and burnout competitors to come out and support Aeroflow Race for Real tonight. We didn't have a huge amount of cars and bikes, but what we did have was top quality racing and some really, really good times. And look, a good feeling as we're moving forward, boys. As you mentioned, Mark, you know, there's a lot of Fords that were out here tonight, and a lot of them were going sub 12 seconds down the quarter mile, which is pretty good for where you want your street car to be.
Yeah, no, definitely. There's a very good number of strong, fast street cars around in Sydney and, of course, New South Wales. I think we had a couple of competitors that looked like they might have travelled some distance to be here tonight, and it's fantastic to put that effort in. Of course, being midweek as well, we recognise that there's probably a good chance that the racers have to get their car back home and then prepare for work the next day. But fantastic showing from all our competitors here tonight. And of course, if you can't do a Wednesday night, every now and then we do have a Sunday street meet, Stu. And the next Sunday street meet is actually coming up this Sunday coming. So from 10 till around 4 in the afternoon, we'll have similar sort of racing to what we've just had tonight, and also potentially some burnout cars. I haven't seen if there's any entered for this upcoming Sunday street meet, but of course the Sunday street meet an opportunity for all those that can't make our Wednesday night race meetings.
We just tried to fire that up, boys, and it just conked itself out. But hey, it is that style of combination, so hopefully they'll be able to get that fired up and get a set of tyres off it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, it looks like that might be it. Unfortunately, Big Red just doesn't want to play the game this evening, but they'll get that fixed. Look, huge big thank you to all our officials, the fire crew, of course, our fantastic photographers here, #1 paparazzi in Western Sydney. I didn't crack your cameras. Of course, a huge big thank you has to go up to the two legends that I'm very, very lucky to work with up in the box. Of course, that's Mark Thomas and Stephen Bush, and of course, Big Bad Benji as well. Thank you very much, guys. You guys are awesome. I love working with you guys. And to everybody who's been watching via Facebook and YouTube, look, I've got a feeling, Steve, that the comments were fairly reserved tonight.
Well, and yeah, they were pretty reserved, unless they were talking about your wig. That seemed to be an outlet for some I'll say marginal comments, if I can put it that way.
Well, I reckon
you want to have a bit of a laugh, go back and read them.
They're probably just jealous, mate, because I've probably got more hair than them.
I think you're probably right. Jealousy's a curse, Stu, as they say.
Absolutely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, be safe on the way home. Just remember there are people changing tyres out the back, so please do not do anything stupid in the pits. And we will see you next week here for Aeroflow Race for Real here at Sydney Dragway, where excitement lives.